This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, December 6, 2022 to be confirmed. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be confirmed.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be confirmed. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby confirmed.
Announcements by Your Honor, the Speaker. Messages from Her Excellency, the President. Petitions and papers.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm commanded to lay the Government of Barbados' mid-year review report, April to September 2022, and the ministerial statement on the Government of Barbados' mid-year review report, April to September 2022.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
I'm also commanded to lay the Civil Aviation General Application and Personnel Licensing Amendment Regulations 2022.
Notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills. In there. In there.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the first reading of the Animal Health and Plant Protection Bill 2022. Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill 2022.
Question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All of our members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Plant Protection Bill 2022.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. The aforementioned bill is read the first time.
Statements by ministers.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. The Public Finance Management Act 2019 requires that the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment prepare a mid-year review to report on progress made against the fiscal framework and the annual budget. The full report, which has been laid in Parliament, provides an update on the fiscal outturn for the first 6 months of the fiscal year 2022-2023, reviews the fiscal performance against targets set under the fiscal framework, and is available for members and the public to review. This is the fourth annual report of this kind, which has been laid as we continue to improve transparency and accountability as it relates to the management of public finances. The economy is on the rebound as the deleterious effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the impact of Hurricane Elsa and ashfall related to the La Soufrière volcano, continue to wane. Strong economic performance underscored by an improved tourism performance provided the basis for the estimates included in the fiscal framework. Prolonged supply chain disruptions have resulted in elevated prices, dampening demand and reducing real growth. However, the inflationary impact on output has outpaced this contraction, resulting in a modest increase in nominal GDP and also increased government's revenue intake for the first 6 months of the financial year 2022-23. This performance has allowed government to pursue a stronger fiscal outturn for the 2022-23 financial year. The primary surplus of 1% reported in this year's fiscal framework has been revised upward to 2%, with government's core budget priorities remain the same for the remainder of this year, with emphasis placed on protecting the vulnerable, particularly as the cost of living pressures persist. Additional measures were announced subsequent to the budgetary proposals. These included the addition of several items to the VAT-free basket of goods and a reduction in the VAT rate for electricity. Merchants were encouraged to cut their markups and several to ease the burden of individuals were announced. This included the summer nutrition program, which provided lunches to school children during the summer vacation. Programs initiated during the height of the pandemic, including those facilitated by the Welfare Department, continue to be well funded in efforts to provide support to families that bear the brunt of increased prices. Amendments to the fiscal framework include the uptick in government's revenue, as well as the inclusion of several government-backed programs necessitated by inflationary pressures that have burdened consumers. In spite of such an unprecedented set of circumstances, this government has maintained a broad range of social protection measures to keep Barbadian families afloat and to provide some business relief to help consumers cope with the rising cost of living. Some of these measures include $8.9 million dedicated to maintaining the Household Survival Program, which provides $600 per month cash to support vulnerable families affected by the economic fallout from the pandemic. The capping of VAT on gasoline and diesel sales, which has reduced the amount consumers paid by some $12.6 million. The removal of VAT on certain personal critical care items to the tune of $5.8 million. The capping of freight costs for the purpose of calculating customs duties, resulting in savings for businesses and individuals of $18.52 million. The expansion of the basket of essential foods, which are zero-rated for VAT, has reduced consumer spending by $5 million. Consumers have reduced their electricity bills by a collective $3.05 million, with the reduction of VAT on electricity bills introduced between August and September of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the Barbados economy continues to recover, expanding by 10.1% for the first 9 months of 2022. The resurgence of tourism activity has contributed significantly to this recovery, as evidenced by the labor market returning to pre-pandemic levels. While conditions on the international market remain turbulent, prospects for the upcoming tourist winter season remain strong, and the sector is expected to contribute to growth going into 2023. Outside of the tourism sector, increased domestic demand has also stimulated economic growth in the wholesale, retail, business, and other services sectors. Manufacturing has also benefited from heightened domestic activity and increased exports to the region. The increase in costs and quantity of imports, along with the downward revaluation of the investment portfolio due to rising interest rates, has placed additional pressure on international reserves. However, access to multilateral funding has aided in the financing of recovery efforts and has ensured that the international reserve cover remain well above the 12-week benchmark at over 29 weeks of import cover. The economic recovery is still hinged on the external economic environment and the impact of the supply and price of international commodities. Government's price relief initiatives, when coupled with the recent easing in international food and energy prices, have translated into a slowing of domestic prices. Once sustained, the reduced price pressures should aid the economic recovery. However, with a deterioration of the pound sterling, driven largely by political uncertainty in the United Kingdom during the summer, and expected supply challenges for fuel in Europe, developments in the international market remain central areas of concern. Despite a tough and increasingly uncertain international environment, the Barbados economy is on trend to finish this year around 10% higher than 2021, slightly lower than the 11.1% assumed at the beginning of this fiscal year. The downward revision of the real GDP forecast was in part due to rising domestic prices as the rate of inflation for 2022 moved from 6.3% to 8.9%. The continued recovery in tourism, some moderation in international prices, and the commencement of some large construction projects should result in growth of around 5% in 2023. With a stable outlook and macroeconomic stability achieved, the Barbados economy is poised to deliver strong growth over the medium term as a suite of growth-enhancing initiatives are pursued, aided by access to the new Resilience and Sustainability Trust facility. Mr. Speaker, for the first 6 months of the fiscal year 2022-23, total revenue exceeded pre-COVID-19 receipts and was 7.7% above targeted mid-year estimates. The resumption of pre-pandemic activity and the related improvement in domestic demand underscored the fiscal year 2023 fiscal framework revenue forecast. However, prolonged elevated global prices, pandemic-related supply chain shortages, as well as geopolitical tensions have inadvertently led to an improvement in nominal output, further increasing revenues. In addition to prolonged inflationary pressures, strong tourism demand and an enhanced corporate tax take contributed to the overperformance of tax revenues as at September 2022. Additionally, total flows benefited from grant funding of $20 million to support government's housing initiatives. This increase led to an upward revision of the full-year revenue estimate by approximately $127 million, or 4.1% above initial budget projections. With the tightening of tax transparency laws and the application of minimum substance requirements in regional and domestic jurisdictions, a loss in corporate tax receipts was anticipated for the current fiscal year. However, the fall in receipts was offset by initial tax payments by several companies. This improved corporate tax revenue by an estimated $73 million at the end of September relative to its mid-year target and resulted in an 18.2% upward revision of full-year receipts. Receipts from the pandemic contribution levy totaled $31.4 million, with earnings from individuals of $5.8 million and earnings from companies of some $25.6 million. As at September 2022, gross VAT receipts totaled $503 million, 6.8% higher than initial mid-year projections. Similarly, net VAT receipts were $53 million more than initially targeted for the first half of the year, as refund amounts transferred to the Treasury were slower than first anticipated. Similar improvements were noted for import duties at the end of September. However, the slow remittance of outstanding taxes by SOEs over the period depressed some of the gains. The end-of-year forecast anticipates the full settlement of import duties owed and reflects the impact of rising prices on output. Outstanding revenues have also impacted the excise and fuel tax performance at the end of September, which were $22 million and $18.5 million below initial estimates, respectively. The repayment plan for these outstanding taxes from SOEs extend past the fiscal year, causing a downward revision of those estimates for fiscal year 2022 to 23. Expenditure. Total expenditure stood at $1,437.8 million at the end of September 2022, which was marginally higher than fiscal year 2021-22 mid-year outturn, but 9.7% below expenditure targets for the first half of the financial year. The smaller than anticipated expenditure outturn has been attributed to the slower rollout of capital works programs, a lower wage bill due to some posts waiting to be filled, and reduced transfers to state-owned enterprises. As a consequence, there has been a small upward revision to the end-of-year forecast of $11.2 million. Wages and salaries, inclusive of national insurance contributions, total $412.3 million at the end of September 2022, $23.7 million below mid-year targets. Smaller than anticipated statutory emoluments related to the delay in staffing in several departments explains this variance. This led to expenditure falling $17.8 million below initial estimates for the first half of the fiscal year. Additionally, employment for several projects under the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources, initially allocated under statutory emoluments, is currently being financed through goods and services. Total goods and services outlays were approximately $23.4 million above the indicative target for the end of the second quarter, due to large part to the settlement of invoices related to the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. These include employee contributions to the National Insurance Scheme for temporary workers on the program, payments to suppliers that provided medical supplies, and companies that extended their services for the Ashfall Cleanup Initiative. There has been, however, a marginal increase in the end-of-year forecast relative to the fiscal framework to accommodate government's initiative to help vulnerable families through the summer period through the Summer Nutrition Program. Funding for the project was sourced from the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training's current allocation, with plans to reimburse the ministry through supplementary funding. Debt and financing. At September 30th, 2022, total debt service amounted to approximately $587.2 million, compared to approved estimates of $458.3 million for the period April to September 2022. The higher than anticipated debt service was due primarily to the prepayment of Series E bonds of approximately $145.8 million, as well as the redemption of savings bonds of approximately $3.1 million. This was counterbalanced by a timing difference in respect of the external sinking fund contribution of $13.3 million and slower than anticipated disbursements, resulting in savings of amortization and related costs of approximately $5.1 million. Total revised debt expenditure for 2022 to 23 is estimated at $1,154.6 million. This is approximately $173.1 million more than what was approved. The projected increase in expenditure is primarily attributed to the higher interest costs and the prepayment of Series E bonds executed as part of the country's first debt for nature swap in September. Mr. Speaker, recently there's been much public discussion on the country's debt, and some even question the government's ability to repay. Perfectly legitimate question, sir, but there are some who would wish to rewrite history in a desperate attempt to mislead the public. So permit me to set the record straight with respect to the country's debt profile over the past 5 years. At the end of March 2018, sir, the total debt owed by government was $18.004 billion, of which public debt was $15.843 billion. Central government guaranteed debt was $977 million. And arrears, sir, total $1.184 billion. I shall repeat it, sir, just for emphasis, so that the public is absolutely clear. At the end of March 2018, the total debt owed by government was $18.004 billion, of which public debt was $15.843 billion, central government guaranteed debt was $977 million, and arrears total $1.184 billion. This represented 178.8% of GDP, which is clearly shown, sir, at the bottom half of the table at Appendix 1. All the relevant data, sir, can be found in the attached appendices. At the end of March 2020, sir, just before the public health measures were introduced to address the COVID-19 pandemic, total debt, sir, total debt was $13.226 billion, or 128.6% of GDP, reflecting, sir, the successful completion of the domestic and external debt restructuring, along with the accelerated payment of arrears, sir. And for the avoidance of doubt, sir, arrears mean that the government did not pay people that had provided goods and services to it. This meant that the government was able to repay, sir, $1.031 billion for outstanding goods and services owed to many domestic firms and individuals, as well as various tax refunds, all left unpaid by the last administration. During the pandemic, the government increased borrowing, sir, to finance the gap created by the economic fallout and to support the social protection measures to protect the most vulnerable in the society. And at the end of March of 2022, sir, for the 7th Extended Fund Facility Review, total debt was $14.247 billion, or 140% of GDP. At the end of September 2022, sir, the total debt stock stood at approximately $13.808 billion, or 126.6% of GDP, clearly showing, sir, that the debt is once again on a downward trajectory as the economy continues to grow. It should be obvious, sir, even to a Class 1 pupil, that $13.8 billion, sir, today is 4.2 billion less than the 18 billion, sir, in March of 2018. Nevertheless, there are some amongst us that will have you and the public believe otherwise. Notwithstanding the increase in global interest rates, the stock of debt today has been issued, sir, at significantly lower interest rates than under the previous administration. And therefore, the debt service costs going forward will by far be more affordable than when this government took office. Let me therefore ask Barbadians, sir, to ignore those who will try to dissuade you from investing in the rebuilding and the redevelopment of our country. The government has reopened the domestic capital markets with the issuance of the Barbados Optional Savings Scheme Plus in order to allow ordinary Barbadians to once again earn a decent rate of return, sir, of 4.5%. Rather than leave your money in the banking system for it only to be the subject of fees being deducted with virtually zero interest, you can trust the fiscal management of this government to be able to repay both principal and interest as they fall due, as evidenced by the recent upgrade in our credit rating by Fitch Rating Agency. Transfers to individuals, sir, for the first half of the financial year total $223.8 million, $4.7 million above estimates that underpin the fiscal framework. Accelerated spending on welfare grants, inclusive of subventions to the Household Mitigation Program for the first half of the year, has been partially offset by reductions in grants to fisheries, the Tenantry Relocation and Redevelopment Program, and other small grant recipients. At the end of September, this category was $3.5 million above target. Transfers to public institutions were $10.1 million below initial targets for the end of September 2022. A number of enterprises were advanced funding in March of 2022, reducing the demand for financing in the first half of the year. However, given that many of these entities have expressed difficulties in meeting cash obligations, particularly as the cost of goods and services have increased, the end-of-year forecast has now been revised downward. The Capital Works Program for fiscal year 2022-23 has had a slow rollout due to limited financing available in the first half of the fiscal year, as government has had to respond to ease the cost of living pressures caused by the fallout from the war in Ukraine. Further mounting procurement costs consistent with global inflationary pressures have led to delays for a number of projects. Capital outlays total $55.6 million for the year, compared to the $229.4 million target. Government will continue to focus on the implementation of our Capital Works Program for the remainder of the fiscal year, as other measures to improve business facilitation and with the full cooperation of our citizens, residents, as those we welcome to our shores. We will continue to drive the inclusive recovery in this post-pandemic period. Though much has changed, I wish to say to the people of Barbados through you, sir, that our nation remains in capable hands. When presented with any new challenge, be assured that the question which is always at the forefront for this government is how do we continue doing what is best for the people of our country. We just celebrated our nation's 56th year of independence and our first year as a republic, sir. I wish to take this opportunity to remind my fellow Barbadians of the great responsibility and privilege we've been given by our forefathers to be strict guardians of our heritage and firm craftsmen of our faith. So I end with these words from the anthem, sir. Upward and onward we shall go, inspired, exulting, free. And greater will our nation grow in strength and unity. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notice of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The questions that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir.
Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 4. Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs to move the second reading of the final appropriation 2021-2022 Bill 2022.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Questions that the aforementioned bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This honourable House is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair, beg to move that clause 2 stand part.
The question is that clause 2 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair, beg to move that clause 3 stand part.
The question is that clause 3 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Chair, beg to move that clause 4 stand part.
The question is that clause 4 stand part. All honourable members in favour, you say aye. Honourable members against, you say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
In schedule.
Chair, beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Chair, I beg to move that you do no report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees has reported the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the final appropriation 2021-22 Act 2022.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Order number 6, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, to move the second reading of the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill 20.
Honourable members in Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, this bill dates back to 2003, at a time when it was recognized globally that we were going to be moving to a lateral platform for trade, where the movement of goods across borders would be such that we had to take steps to achieve a number of objectives. First, sir, we had to look at the economic sphere to see what economic benefits can be developed through increased trade across the Caribbean and equally internationally. And that is the reason why it was important for us to be able to look at the benefits to be derived in terms of expansion of businesses, enfranchisement of our people, and at the same time give us a fair chance in increasing our livestock industry. Mr. Speaker, what comes along with that is risk in terms of how we would then put biosecurity measures in place to protect our biodiversity. And those I will elaborate on. In terms of the social sphere, we do know that in Barbados there's a heavy dependency on the state to provide things for people to survive on a daily basis. Our welfare department is heavily laden with requests from Barbadians to be able to get assistance to make it through daily living. And then equally, we have a responsibility to make sure that we can create space for our people to be able to help themselves. This, sir, can only be achieved through expanded economic activity, because being a small island developing state with the size population we have, it is extremely difficult to have a government bring everybody through, when in truth and in fact, the hardcore reality is that we are living in a system of democracy and a system that allows for capitalism. And we do know under that construct, Mr. Speaker, sir, capitalism can one day be as good as it can possibly be and another day flat dead on its back because of global challenges, or what people refer to as exogenous shocks. And then, Mr. Speaker, I'm also going to look at how we can use the resources that are available to us to build out our animal health and veterinary public health in a manner that is suitable for 21st century existence, but at the same time give us a chance to bring along, as I said earlier, our people in a system that allows for everyone to participate, but makes no guarantees at all for anyone to succeed. Success is up to the individual. Success is about what you put in and how you're prepared to get out what you have invested. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have to be brutally frank in Barbados when we speak, sir, to certain things that confront us in this country. I do recall, sir, when I was asked to lead the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security at the time, that this bill was one of the major pieces of legislation forming part of our whole suite of legislation under the SPS, Sanitary and Phytosanitary Measures construct, that I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. James South will be happy to participate in, because she's one of the people who attended several of the meetings that we had at my ministry, so that we could have harmonized this legislation with existing legislation and, where possible, change or make the changes that were necessary. Mr. Speaker, we had very wide consultation on this bill. I want, first of all, to start by thanking all the ministries who worked with us to get us to this point, which would have been Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Commerce, and Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank all the consultants, our international partners, ICA and FAO for providing us with a consultant that helped us work on this suite of legislation, of which the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill is about only one of the 3 pieces of legislation that forms this entire sanitary and phytosanitary measures suite of legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recall last year that we were dealing with a pending outbreak, a threatening outbreak, not pending, threatening outbreak of African swine fever, because African swine fever had spread in Hispaniola, started in the Dominican Republic, and then from Dominican Republic, it went to Haiti, and is still rampant to this day in Hispaniola. The latest report that I got from my senior veterinary officer suggests to me that we now have to ramp up again our biosecurity measures to make sure that we do not run the risk of getting someone either illegally bringing pork products from one of those jurisdictions that can contaminate or spread the disease here in Barbados and pose a serious risk to our biosecurity, our biodiversity. And then equally, we also then have to continue the measures to set up the proper labs that we need to make sure that we can do the testing. We've done some trial testing, some PCR tests on making sure that we have the equipment that is suitable for what is required. I say to you that these are not normal times, Mr. Speaker, and I think everybody in this honorable chamber would appreciate that more and more pressure is being brought to bear on the Ministry of Agriculture, but equally on us as a people, because we all have our part to play in all of this. And whilst it is true that Bajans like a pigtail soup or some pudding and sauce on Saturday, it would also be painful to say to them that you can't get a pigtail soup nor pudding and sauce on Saturday because we were all either not doing what we were supposed to do, or somebody was so reckless that that person chose to take the risk and import some pork products into Barbados that was, in fact, disease infected. And Mr. Speaker, when I reviewed the information that was presented to me, I am being told that the African swine fever has now spread to the extent where it is out of control and they can't keep track of the numbers. This, sir, does not bring me, and ought not to bring anyone, any comfort at all. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to trade in animal products and we are going to provide greater opportunities for our people to be able to be enfranchised, we are going to be severely exposed to risk, because we have to make sure that just as well as we want to export, people will want to export to Barbados. And I think that we are a big taker when it comes to trade. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we get this right. Now, we also threaten with bird flu. And we do know that, Mr. Speaker, I have already made an announcement that whilst it is true that we had to put a ban on poultry products coming out of the United Kingdom because they have a situation which is slightly different from the US, in that the United Kingdom, you're talking about one space. And therefore, what impacts one farm in the United Kingdom can easily spread to other farms. In the United States of America, and I've been asked about this, I use this opportunity now to explain because these are very serious matters. In the United States of America, it is not the same because you're talking about from state to state to state. And therefore, you may have an outbreak of bird flu in one state, but it has not yet spread to the other states, so we don't have to do any banning or take any severe action at this point in time. Equally, within the United States, sir, we have systems in place in terms of protocols that we use, where we get prior warning and prior notice in terms of what is developing with the situation with the bird flu, so that we can still do commercial importation of poultry products out of the out of the United States of America because of those protocols that are in place. Sir, the challenge that we face really is twofold. One, we have a major challenge with migratory birds. Migratory birds will put us at risk because they are the ones that is found to be spreading the disease. And we are right in that zone where at certain times of the year, migratory birds will come to Barbados. And so therefore, the ministry has put out a surveillance program to make sure we can track and trace where there are migratory birds coming to Barbados. We will have to be on top of the situation so that we can do the necessary protection. And this is a serious biosecurity issue. The same problem exists within the United States as well, migratory birds that will spread the disease. Well, that is one. The other one is people behavior. How do people respond to these situations? Is it a case where we want to be responsible to the extent that we follow the rules and cooperate and give Barbados that fighting chance to be able to protect itself against any of these two diseases by not moving to illegal import of products or pets into Barbados? And if I should just digress a bit, sir, I saw circulating photos of a python snake in the Newton area. This speaks to the reckless behavior that we have to confront in this country, sir. And innocent people can very well find themselves in danger because persons who are prepared to beat the system will go to any length to make sure they can bring in pets into Barbados without proper declaration, without proper certificates to import. And when this happens and they can no longer control those pets, they are released into our domestic space. And I personally feel, sir, that there must be a mechanism through which these practices must be controlled, and that's the reason why we are moving with legislation, sir, to first of all protect the animals. Because once you have legislation that will protect the animals, you then have a chance dealing with people's behavior. We held a seminar, we had a meeting where we discussed measures that can be looked at in order for us to be able to strengthen what is in place in terms of our animal health and animal welfare legislation. And this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, sir, will take us a long way and bring about some of the changes that were recommended for the protection and welfare of animals in Barbados. But, sir, there are a number of gaps that existed in previous legislations that we had to address. And, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that by the end of this, we should be able to address those gaps and be able to give Barbadians a chance to work with us in terms of what we do for animal welfare and animal health. Now, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier economic sphere. And I think that this really should be a very easy conversation for everybody in this country. Because what is it that we are up against? We are up against limited resources. The government simply cannot provide everything for everybody in terms of financial resources. But I remember my conversations when I first got into elective politics. where I said that in order for us to make a difference as a government, we needed to create space for people to be able to participate. And as a businessman myself, who started a business at a very young age, I knew what it's like to give people a chance to be enfranchised. Now, I've heard all sorts of conversation about economic enfranchisement. I've heard all types of conversation about how people don't want to take risks. I've heard all about the risk-averse nature of people, all of which, sir, is true. But, sir, my hardcore observation is that if a man gets to understand and get to feel what it is to be able to achieve, earn, sir, and feel empowered, then you have a different conversation. And that is the reason why it is always etched in my memory the conversation that Sir Hilary Beckles had in Barbados well over 15 years ago, I think it is, where he spoke about how we can give people a piece of the ownership pie in Barbados by giving them a leg up. And that simply meant that at some point in time, we needed to make sure that we can provide opportunities where the government's role is to facilitate. And therefore, this legislation, sir, in my view, is one of the areas where we can facilitate economic activity, thus allowing for people to be able to participate and be enfranchised. Now, I will first admit, sir, that we have gaps where our standards are concerned. And we need to address those gaps in terms of ISO certification, sir, which is critical to the improvement of exporting, HACCP certification, Global Gap certification. We now need to move critically to get to those areas where we can have people certified so that we are able, sir, to allow for more people to be involved in business. Now, I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that you have people, for example, who may be able to rear animals. So a man may have a pig farm with 100 animals, but does not have the ability to market. And therefore, he then depends, one, on the government to be able to assist with the marketing, or two, he may depend on one of the institutions, the Barbados Agricultural Society, or even the processors in Barbados, to be able to provide that assistance. I found in recent times, sir, that the Barbados Agricultural Society has not been doing enough to bring and rebuild its membership, because obviously if people are not getting bang for their buck, they're gonna walk away and try things on their own. We now need to rebuild those systems where people are willing to become members so that they can get involved. Sir, it is imperative that these institutions also must be given the assistance in order to unlock markets outside of Barbados. And therefore, in order for us to reach that one, we have to have this legislation that allows for us to meet the standards that are required of us. And this legislation was tested through, as I said, our international agencies, the FAO, particularly giving us the assistance we needed, but also at the CARICOM level. When we attempted this in 2003, a full conversation took place with all stakeholders, including the CPC. And we recognized that we weren't quite there. And unfortunately, since 2003, nothing came about. We went to 2006, and the government of the day agreed that we were going to go with these sanitary and phytosanitary measures. In 2008, we had a change of government, and here we are in 2022, in December of 2022, at the closing of a year, where we can finally bring this to Parliament and have it pass, sir, when under the last decade, nothing, absolutely nothing was done to make sure that we can get this legislation here. So that we can start next year now looking at how we can provide economic opportunities for people to unlock markets outside of Barbados. Sir, our fisher folk, for example, many of them have their boats to go, they get their catch, but they don't have many opportunities beyond Barbados. And those who are exporting tuna, sir, export tuna at risk also. Because many times you bring in your tuna, and when you think that is good, it's rejected, sir. Many times the people who are exporting have to wait for long periods of time in order to be paid. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. If we can unlock markets beyond what we currently are confined to within the United States, sir, by getting into the European market, suddenly we are talking a different talk. We're having a completely different conversation, sir. The same goes, sir, for all of our animal products. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe, sir, that the time is right, after wasting a whole decade, dropping this somewhere along the line and not doing anything about it, that we can come now at the closing of this year to be able to deal, sir, with this critical piece of legislation. And, sir, I am going to go through the areas of the legislation so that we understand also the resources that will be required to deliver this. And therefore, at Part 2 of the legislation, which is under administration at Clause 3, the bill establishes a veterinary authority as a competent authority for the regulation of terrestrial and aquatic animal health in Barbados. So we will have now a competent authority to be able to address all the issues all veterinary issues and regulations, sir. The functions of the veterinary authority are clearly stated in this section, thus removing ambiguity regarding the scope of responsibility of the veterinary authority. At Clause 4, the head of the veterinary authority shall be, instead of a senior veterinary officer, will be now a chief veterinary officer with a team. I am having a conversation currently on the establishment of a single agency in Barbados, where all the functions will fall under that single agency. Right now, we are all over the place. You got some at the Ministry of Agriculture, some at the Ministry of Commerce, some at the Ministry of Health, sir. And it is also a very territorial environment where people believe, oh, you're coming into my space to get things done. This is none of your business. I must handle this myself. And this territorial affair contributed in large measure to the failure of the establishment of that single unit that was supposed to be established many years ago. So we've had these conversations before, and we have gotten nowhere. So we must remove that territorial behavior. I have had meetings over and over in dealing with establishing a single agency. The FAO provided a consultant for us to be able to establish a single agency. The FAO consultant agreed that there should be a single agency. We looked at the functions and we looked at Canada as a jurisdiction with a model that we can follow. And to this day, sir, we are still having the territorial issues. And Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to be brutally frank about this because I do not understand how it is that we are trying to provide greater opportunities for the people who elected us and put us here to run this country. But at the same time, you're getting pushed back in areas where you don't necessarily need to. A single agency does not take away power from anyone. All of the senior officers, if you're the head of agriculture, head of health, head of education, head of commerce, whoever you are, you still have your powers. But we do not have to have that dependency syndrome where everything must wait. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you're dealing, for example, with a matter with animal diseases, the functions will still fall under the chief veterinary officer, but people will be employed to do the work. Currently, under the construct that we have, we rely heavily on private vets in order for us to deal with animal diseases. Currently, the lab that we have also needs to be addressed because we must be able to do almost every piece of testing that is required. Imagine we had to do testing for blue tongue disease and had to send samples overseas. These are all the things that we're trying to correct now under this legislation by establishing a competent authority in order for us to be able to do this. Now, if we can do this, sir, and get this going, we are then able to provide employment for people who will be part of this laboratory construct that allows for us to carry out the testing that we need. And then, Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at how we treat the diseases if we should get an outbreak. This therefore means that we need to put greater resources in place. Now, the establishment of the veterinary authority as a competent authority puts Barbados ahead of many of the other CARICOM member states, but at the same time, it allows for us to get in line with places like Suriname, who we are going to have to rely on in order to be able to exchange, share information, and use at times their lab. Mr. Speaker, we are also making sure that our biodiversity is protected through increased surveillance activity so that at our airport and our seaports, sir, we have to put biosecurity measures in place to prevent from people entering Barbados either from a farm that they should not have been on and did not make that declaration, sir, or either from bringing in products, as I said earlier. We also have to control the movements of animals as well, and this legislation allows for us to control the movement of animals, animal products, animal-related items in and out of Barbados. And, sir, this one is a big one. Currently, we are having a problem with something called antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. We have antimicrobial resistance in human beings, and this is because many of us rely heavily on antibiotics to treat things like a common cold. So when the body becomes accustomed to the antibiotics, when you really need it for infections, you simply are up against it because the body has already adjusted. Sir, we now have a situation that is creeping in to our animal health system where over-the-counter medications, you go over the counter and you purchase medication, sir, and you go home and you give it to your animal, not understanding the risk involved. Many times the medication is carrying antibiotics that you don't need. When the animal consumes the antibiotics, it gives us then challenges in terms of when we really need to treat animals, similar to what is happening with human beings. It is not working. But the worst part of all of that, sir, is that those animals are also being consumed. So that you're getting a double whammy. You're feeding it to the animal, creating risk for the animals, and then at the same time you're consuming it too and creating risk for yourself. So the antimicrobial resistance is a critical area in this legislation that we need to control. Sir, we have to stop practices where people just go on the shelf and buy medicines and pretend that they can do a better job than our trained vets and then put us all at risk. And therefore, this legislation is seeking to control that behavior. But I go further to state, sir, the animal health and animal welfare standards will be in accordance with the World Organization of Animal Health. therefore putting us in standards that would allow for us to be able to do a lot of the testing that is currently not taking place. Imagine, sir, we bring feed into Barbados, animal feed into Barbados, but it does not go through the rigors of the testing that is required for us to be able to see everything that is in there. And therefore, it increases the risk of exposure to antibiotics, thus increasing the challenges with antimicrobial resistance. Now, Barbados is a member of the World Animal Health Organization, and the Prime Minister of Barbados chairs the Committee on Antimicrobial Resistance. So this, sir, is not a simple matter. This is a matter that we are giving full attention to. And therefore, under this piece of legislation, then it provides for us the opportunity for us to be able to address these issues. Mr. Speaker, what is required in order to deliver all this? Everybody in here knows. Resources. And therefore, opportunities then for greater employment, opportunities for training as well, and opportunities also for people to get involved in agro-processing and indeed livestock farming. It also provides an opportunity for us to be able to help our current livestock farmers. Many of them will struggle. Some may be able to afford an on-farm vet. Many others cannot. And therefore, you'll find that the quality that you get from some farms are different from the quality of other farms. Now, any wise person may ask me what took so long for us to get to this point. And my first response will be, we were here in 2006. What happened when the government changed in 2008? And that is a question all Barbadians must ask themselves. Now, I spoke to this matter when I dealt in 2021 with the African swine fever issue. And I said then that we have missed a lot of opportunities to expand the economy. When I spoke on civil aviation, I also spoke of the opportunities we miss, the economic opportunities we miss, sir, by not taking advantage of these things. And people feel, sir, and this is where I have not only my discomfort, but where I separate myself from the regular political conversation. Because you do not expand an economy, sir, by seeking to do everything on the government cover, sir. You have to create space and allow for people to participate, and you have to be innovative, sir. And I am absolutely sure that if we look to these areas where opportunities for trade actually exist, opportunities for training, opportunities for economic activity by allowing people either to expand what they have or get new entrants in to participate, sir, is where we needed to go. We failed, sir. And I'm happy today to note that on this day of December 16, 2022, sir, we are doing this animal health and veterinary public health bill, sir, because I recognize the importance of the economic activities that can come out of this, but equally the potential for growing our people and giving them a chance to tap in to the global platform that is available for Barbadians to expand their businesses and participate in the economic enfranchisement of this country. Mr. Speaker, we talk about sharing the economic pie, but how does one share the economic pie? You don't share the economic pie, sir, by criticizing everything that is being done. You don't share the economic pie by targeting certain people who have wealth and suggesting that they should not have had that wealth when they worked for it, sir. You do not share the economic pie, sir, by putting obstacles in the way to prevent people from participating, sir. You share the economic pie by allowing for people to participate, sir, and give them the support, even if it is state support or private sector support. That is how you share the economic pie. So that, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that when we link this bill to what my colleague, the Honourable Member for Christchurch, West Central, did a couple of weeks ago with our biosecurity measures, biosecurity regulations, sir, you can see how the two will work hand in hand. Because what is it that we need to preserve our current construct in terms of animal health? We need, sir, to be able to prevent diseases in animals. We need, sir, to provide proper facilities for the rearing of animals, sir. We need, sir, to make sure that we do not allow for some of our animals to become extinct because people either have a fear or people do not understand. And when somebody tell you got the luck of a centipede, they basically mean that you have no luck at all because whenever a centipede passes by, you're just killed. But we have never taken time to recognize the role of the centipede in soils. So a man with centipede luck is a man with no luck at all because we destroy the centipede, sir. Biosecurity measures, sir, biosafety, sir, bio inputs are all what we need now to make sure that we can protect what is left. A lizard, sir, what the Honourable Member from St. Andrew referred to as a poison lizard. The term poison lizard means that it should be killed. The moment you hear poison lizard, that thing should be killed. In truth and in fact, you need it because we get outbreaks of vector-borne diseases. We get mosquitoes in our houses. We get
Honourable Member for St. Philip South, I just want to pause, want to interrupt you just for a couple of minutes so as to enable me to acknowledge the presence of a delegation from Nigeria headed by Anthony Elumilu, the chairman of the United Bank for Africa, the chairman of Transcorp PLC, and the chairman of TransNiger Oil and Gas, along with his delegation from Nigeria. I welcome you to Barbados. I hope you enjoy Barbados. I hope it brings you good tidings, and I hope that your meetings with the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade will lend itself to enormous investments in this country. I wish you well and your delegation. Honourable Member, continue.
I also wish to use the opportunity to welcome our guests. Happy to have you. And I know of the great work you all are doing as well as it relates to animal health. I actually had a long conversation with the Minister of Agriculture, who has committed to working with Barbados and making sure we can find opportunities as well in your country. So, Mr. Speaker, if I'm to get back to the issues of antimicrobial resistance and what this bill can do, Clause 29 of the bill provides for the legal foundation for a system for control of veterinary medicinal products, including animal feed containing veterinary medicinal products for both aquatic and terrestrial animals. And sub-clause 29(1) provides the importation, sale, advertisement, and distribution of veterinary medicinal products in Barbados, except that they are registered by the veterinary authority. So that these medicines will now have to be registered in order for them to be imported into Barbados. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think this will serve in great measure, not only to bring about standards, but to help us to protect our farmers and indeed protect our people from antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, Part 5 of the bill, which is the health provisions relating to animal product, this is also a new section, and subclause 33(1) prohibits the importation, production, manufacture, sale, and distribution of feed in Barbados, except it is registered by the veterinary authority. Subclause 2 creates an exception providing 3 circumstances under which unregistered feed may be imported into Barbados, and that is where there is an animal disease emergency, where registered animal feed is insufficient to meet local needs, or for the purpose of testing, trial, and research. And Clause 34(1) provides for identification and traceability of prescribed species of animals in collaboration with the ministry responsible for food safety. Now, Mr. Speaker, traceability, and I would have spoken to traceability on so many occasions. It is one thing, sir, to be speaking, but it is another to actually deliver. And yes, it has been long in coming, and I usually take a humble pause. I don't know if you've heard this term before. I take a humble pause, sir, to reflect, certainly on my career, on my time as Minister of Agriculture, and what I've been able to contribute to this country, sir. Mr. Speaker, we started off at a pace. It was almost like trying to keep up with Usain Bolt. The pace, sir, was so rapid that we accomplished almost every single target we set in 2018. Mr. Speaker, the pace was so rapid that we were able to achieve a bird program at a set time. We were able, sir, to do a debt restructuring, sir. We were able, sir, to start to create opportunities for people at the same time when we were doing a transformation program to make many of our institutions far more linear. And then, Mr. Speaker, we had to go into a pause for a 2-year period. And it boggles the mind, sir, to understand how people can treat as if these 2 years never existed. And when I hear conversations nowadays, I am sure that we have greater cases of insanity. We have more disingenuous conduct, particularly in politics, sir. And we have also, sir, a hunger for power that forces people to engage in deception, sir. The perfidious activities and behavior that I see today, sir, is second to none in my entire memory of politics. I know in the early days of the great leaders, the late Tom Adams, the Right Excellent Earl Barrow, Sir Owen Arthur, great leaders who never sought to take the perfidious highway to power. They call it for what it was. The current Honourable Prime Minister, during my time in opposition, going to the opposition office, would always tell us, what is the politics in it? Is it true? What are you going to benefit from it? And this is the kind of conduct that we had as an opposition party striving to gain power in this country to make a difference, sir. And when you can hear commentators, people who participated in our Speaker, Mr. Speaker, people who participated within the same party, we now try to mislead the public into believing that we are engaging in certain types of activities that we can even influence the decision of a judge in a court, sir. And to my mind, Mr. Speaker, that means that people have now lost the will to be honest. People have lost the desire to tell the public the truth. And it makes for Barbadians to start following what is happening in this country and to avail themselves of the facts, sir. And what really troubles me is that we had great opportunities available to us to come with legislation like this, sir, to be able to make a difference in people's lives and to have a proper conversation in this country. Antimicrobial resistance is a big one. We import things into Barbados, sir, that our people are forced to consume without even recognizing that they're consuming it. Why weren't we having this conversation before? But we failed. We failed because we had a government that was more interested in other things financially than bringing this country to where we needed to put it, sir. And therefore, y'all remember for the city certainly would know more than me because he dealt with many of these things on a certain call-in program as well. But Mr. Speaker, this bill now allows for us to control medicines that are coming in to treat animal diseases and also animal feed. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this represents another of the transformational objectives or measures that we were seeking to put in place when we came to government. And Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that all Barbadians now should get on board. Following this piece of legislation would also be the plant protection legislation and then the food safety legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we can get to the point where all three of these pieces of legislation are passed, we then can see a new Barbados in terms of trade in animal products, trade in plant products, trade, sir, in food. Equally, Mr. Speaker, we provide an opportunity for Barbadians to eat cleaner food because many of the standards that we are supposed to have are not there, and I do not hesitate to say, sir, many of the standards are not there. The standards on farms need to be improved. The standards where there's catering, the standards where there's vending, the standards where, sir, we are processing. And there's no point going to processing without having those standards in place. We have more than enough models that we can look at, sir, to be able to put Barbados where it is supposed to be. This legislation alone is not going to do it. It still has to take the will of the people, and it also has to take the will of those who are responsible for the competent authorities to be able to deliver on these. Now, Mr. Speaker, I say to you that if there's one thing that concerns me, sir, for the time that I've been around, is the slow pace at which things are done. I've had to deal on many occasions, sir, with matters that could have been executed within a shorter period of time. And I recognize people are under pressure. Sometimes you don't have the resources that you need. All those things I take into consideration. But when you come back to something that you were working on and realize that nothing has happened since the last time you spoke about it, is where I have my answer. And I don't think it is good enough. Equally, sir, let me thank my team at the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Security for the sterling work they put in order to get us to this point, and the honourable member from St. Lucie would understand the times when we were dealing with this because he was part then of the conversation we were having. I sincerely hope he will contribute in this debate because this is something, honourable member from St. Lucie, you will recall our Monday mornings were packed with discussions on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them because if I'm going to be tough in getting things done, I equally have to be complimentary when they're done. And the entire team at Vet Services, Government Lab, the ministry itself, all the SOEs. I want to thank my entire team for the work that they have put in to get us to this point. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I also want to thank all those who participated in the various meetings we've had, the Barbados Chamber of Commerce, members of the private sector, the international stakeholders as well. We had to share this legislation. We had to wait out a period of, I think it was 60 days, speak subject to correction on that, but a long period, in order for us to get back comments before we can proceed. And then we also had then to do further consultations with the private sector and further consultation with our stakeholders, including the farmers, to make sure that we had legislation that was suitable for the times. And then at the CARICOM level as well, we had to make sure that this legislation was in sync with the model that was created at the CARICOM level, because currently, if we want to move animals between CARICOM member states, there are still a lot of restrictions. I have said, sir, that it takes now for each member state to sit down and work out where the challenges are and see if we can bring a more seamless approach to the movement of agricultural produce generally, but in this instance, animal products across the region, because there are still a number of challenges there. And I believe that where we can look, sir, to make sure that diseases didn't exist, let's say for 10, 15 years in a particular jurisdiction, you can flag that, and you do not need to ask the people to go through all kind of rigors in order for them to export animals to you, and in truth and fact, you haven't had that disease. Well, we seem to take an approach where we only want the red tape approach to things, and we try to restrict people from doing things, and that, to me, serves as nothing more than a demotivator for people who are younger, don't have the time or energy to be pushed around, and will not participate. And sir, I would finally like to thank all the constituents of St. Philip South and wish them a Merry Christmas for giving me the opportunity to be here this afternoon to be able to present this bill, sir. And Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
You need to move it. You need to move it for a second time.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill 2022 be read a second time.
Second.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 1:45 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 1:45 p.m.
rise and join the debate in support of the bill that has been put forward by my honourable colleague from St. Philip South. It is a bill, Mr. Speaker, that is so important to the growth of the Barbadian economy and so important to the expansion of trade in animals and trade in fisheries, etc., that will open new opportunities for young people who are seeking to find places in which they can be a part of what is happening inside Barbados. But I rise to share because I want to take the opportunity to indicate to Barbadians that Barbados is in a place and living in a time where we do not have the ability to determine everything we want to do and do it how we want to do it when we wish to do it. Many, many years ago, before the world was so highly integrated, nations could sit down, governments could sit down and determine their policy based on the dynamics and the needs of the people that are in front of them, based on the resources, based on the internal dynamics that would be occurring. But today, because we now live in a highly integrated economic system where you have a number of major international bodies who determine how you can do things and when you can do things, governance today is a whole different kettle of fish. And this is seen in particular in this area of sanitary and phytosanitary legislation and requirements, and the various requirements that come out from the World Trade Organization. And because that transition has been made gradually over time, Barbadians have not become alerted to the fact that many of the things that they anticipate can be done at will can no longer be done in that way. That countries now have to set strategies, develop policies, and work through the dynamics of the international situation and see how they can extract from it the best that is available given the dynamics and the constraints that they are faced with. And that is why sometimes people may feel that we might not be responding to certain needs in a way that seems so straightforward, so simple, not recognizing that Barbados has to respond to a number of obligations. And the World Trade Organization is one such entity that has set conditions that affects what is happening to the ordinary citizen. But I can tell you that the average fisherman down in Paynes Bay has no idea that what we can and cannot do for him is being governed not just by what we would choose to do, but what the terms and conditions allows us to do. Or the fisherman at Oystons, or the farmer, or the small business. And so what I want to do is to help us to understand how that integrated system is impacting us and what is it we need to do. Because the international bodies now set down criteria, guidelines, regulations, etc., if you're talking about the OECD, if you're talking about WTO, whoever it is, it means that Barbados, from its foreign affairs and foreign policy position, has to have an aggressive, assertive program as to how we're going to engage all of those world bodies and try to create the space that will give room for a government to be able to fulfill the vision that they have set up as a target that they would like to have for citizens. And it means very often, sir, that if you want to engage those international bodies, you have to be present. You have to be there. There's some things just cannot be negotiated from afar. And I know sometimes that there are citizens in Barbados who don't understand why foreign policy is important, why you have to fly to a meeting, why you have to go here or go there. But I'll share a quick story with you, which was one of the first lessons that I was taught in my Master's for International Trade Policy. It said the animals got together and decided that they needed to have a meeting because they were tired of humans eating them at will. That they were under threat, they were at risk, they were stressed, and they'd had enough. So they felt that the best negotiating thing was for them to come together as animals and decide who they were going to offer in sacrifice to humans and agree and negotiate with the humans that these would be used for your food and you leave the rest of us alone. On the day of the meeting, they said, the chicken said that she was too busy, she couldn't come. The cow said, that is foolishness, because somebody ain't doing it, so he ain't turn up neither. She didn't turn up either. And then the pig did not get the memo that said a meeting was taking place. Well, the result now is history. That humans consume large portions of poultry, pork, beef, because those animals did not understand that they had to turn up to the meeting. So the rest of the animals made the determination that they would be sacrificed. And that is why our first lesson was, you have to turn up. But it is challenging, Mr. Speaker. It is challenging because you are a small nation with limited resources, limited technical officers, but you have to try to be in every arena that is critical and important to you to make sure you're there to make representation so that the terms and conditions can be mitigated against as best you can to make it possible to work with a policy that at least gives you a fighting chance to give your citizens the opportunity to live their best life. And that is why Barbados is at the table and has to be. And so in the area of the World Trade Organization, there are a number of rules governing the issue of food and the issue of health in terms of production of food. And what the Honourable Member for St. Philip South has put before us is another piece of legislation that is going to assist us to build a very strong national agricultural health and food control program. And why is it necessary? To be able to give other countries the confidence that they can do business with Barbadian enterprises. To give confidence to the ministries of health in other jurisdictions that yes, the food from Barbados will be acceptable because it will meet the standard which we have. And therefore, I want to thoroughly applaud the Honourable Member for St. Philip South and his entire team, because Barbados has needed this legislation for many a day. And every day and every year that we have not had this legislation, it has cost Barbados dearly. Barbados, part of CARICOM, part of CARIFORUM, is part of an economic partnership agreement with the EU and with the UK. And one of the things that constrains us in terms of being able to build trade with the EU and with the UK is the fact that we do not have the SPS legislation in place, the inspections and labs, etc., that would allow us to be able to certify our meat and fish products so that we can trade more across the world. And so Barbados has always been limited to the few places that do not insist on countrywide certification, but only want to certify the specific manufacturing center that that product has come from. That's why we're able to do fish to United States. But we cannot sell fish in the EU or the UK because we are not certified under proper SPS legislation. And so our fishermen have not had the benefit, our farmers have not had the benefit of demand from these countries that they can build larger commercially operated enterprises that can sell meat and animal products across the world. But sir, that is not even the worst thing. The worst thing is that for a long time, CARICOM itself did not have a policy to govern trade in animal products in this region. So that limited, again, the capacity of our country to be able to put chicken out in the market because there was no policy among the CARICOM states to allow for this. And what did that mean? It meant that our production in food, in vegetables, root crops, or production in fish, or production in meat, we could not build scale because we did not have the demand that would allow us to build scale and therefore make and keep those products at a reasonable price for the consumer domestically and for the consumer regionally. As the Minister with responsibility for foreign trade, I sit at COTED and lead the charge on behalf of Barbados when it comes to dealing with these matters. And I can tell you that it is only in this year, that we were able to sit down and agree that we were going to pass our policy that govern trade in animals and animal products. And what would that do? It would now allow trade to take place right across the region. So we've been keeping ourselves back. We've been slowing down our own growth. And what has been the end result of that? Because we could not do that, you have literally hundreds of millions of dollars in animal products brought into this region because we did not have a policy for trading among ourselves, and because we did not have the SPS legislation, we could not benefit from exporting anything to anybody. And sir, from day one when I hit this job, it was of concern to me because I knew how important it was for Barbados to get this legislation and to honor the member from St. Philip South when we talked about it, when he talked with his officers. He said this has to be a priority. And though it has taken a long time because you have to negotiate, all the stakeholders got to get involved, everybody doesn't agree to everything. You need to do research and analysis and go backwards and forwards until you can come up with something that would work. And then on top of that, you need money. It's okay to talk, but you now need money to put in place the equipment, to put in place all of the things that you need in order to make this legislation work. And sir, this is a terrific milestone that Barbados has reached today because of the excellent work done by the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, and I want to applaud him and his team for that. What else does this do? We are working on our fisheries program. This government has already spent money on fish aggregating devices, seeking to multiply the amount of fish that our fishermen can harvest from the seas. And why is this important? Sir, because we have Taiwanese boats, boats from other countries that come through these waters and gather enormous quantities of fish. They take that fish, especially the blue tuna, sell it at near $50 a pound in their jurisdiction, and we have not been able to earn a penny of that because we've not been able to maximize our fishing, and we have not been able to do what was necessary to capture those markets. So other people come, take it, process it in plants that are SPS compliant, and then they sell it, not just to their own domestic markets, they sell it all across the world. London, England buys a lot of the fish that we purchase here at $6 and $7 and $8 a pound, and they're prepared to pay close to $20 a pound for that same fish. That is money that we have been missing in our economy. So this work is going to cause a tremendous expansion in the earning capacity of Barbados if we continue to press and complete the work that is necessary, work with our enterprises to see the new vision of where they can go and what they can earn, whether in animals, whether in fish, and give them the support which they need. Now, one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that is important to me is that policy has to be coherent. It can't be scattershot and it can't be all over the place. Everything has to work together. So when the Honourable Member for St. Philip South started the expansion and the inclusion of new farmers into an agricultural program, people who had never had the opportunity before. 400 people brought into that feed program and taught how to engage in not only growing crops, but also doing livestock, honey, and all kinds of new products that Barbados never had the opportunity to so do. That has given hope to people. I can tell you that I have men in my constituency who have been able to get into that program. And if you see the light of joy and hope in their eyes, because they were there frustrated with the dream to become a farmer, but could not see how they could get in. And now, through that feed program, they're able to be in. But they don't just want to be in, they want to be able to make money. So you have to be able to sell your produce. And if you grow the number of farmers and the number of fishermen, it's going to come to a point where the domestic market will only absorb so much. So you have to have ways in which you're going to export it that you can earn foreign exchange. And that is exactly what the SPS allows us to do. It means that with joy, I will be able to pick up a phone and tell a counterpart in the EU or the UK that we are now compliant, and say to them, we want to accelerate trade once we've completed all the things that have to go along with it, so that we can see growth in this area. And what has Barbados been missing? Sir, when I checked around the region, there are a number of countries that have been compliant and have this legislation and facilities in place. And they have been earning from the markets that have been closed to us. For example, sir, Guyana is able to export shrimp and fish, live animals into the EU. And they have seen a 138% increase in those exports. Barbados wants to be a part of that. Suriname exports close to $12.3 million in shrimp, 3.3 million in fish, a 50% increase into the EU. Barbados wants to be a part of that. Little St. Kitts, tiny little island, the Emerald Isle, that claims to look and feel a little bit like Barbados, but smaller than we are. They're actually exporting $1 million worth of tuna to the EU. We cannot export half pound. Bahamas, lobster, shellfish, $109.5 million US. They are able to export into the EU. Why? Because they have the legislation, they have the labs, they have the inspection, and they can earn money. And their fishermen can look forward to giving their children a wonderful life, because you can earn substantially from these trades. These trades don't have to be hand to mouth. These trades don't have to be pennies. These trades don't have to be inconsistent and not able to properly support a family and give them a good living, a nice home, give the children a good education. It can happen as long as you are able to get the trade and be able to take your products into the other markets that have a high demand for them. And through what has been put on this table today, our fishermen and our farmers have an opportunity to be able to do so and to know that they can offer their children a good life and that they can hold their heads up, that they have an honorable profession just like anybody else, because we are making a way for trade to happen. So, sir, I believe this is a dream of mine. Occasionally, I get the chance to chat to the honorable member about it. I don't get to be able to tell him all. But, sir, I can tell you no. That I look forward to the day when our chicken, our black belly sheep, our pork, and our fish, that those industries take off in such a meaningful way and begin to earn for Barbados, because we've been successful. And the honorable member would have mentioned earlier that the other things that have to go together with this to make it work. And one of those things is training. What hurts me is that a number of hotels have been able to escape purchasing domestic produce because they're able to claim that we cannot provide the cuts in the way that they would like, and therefore can continue to bring in duty-free these items which Barbadian fishermen and farmers can do. But the Honourable Member for St. Philip South is going to fix that. The Ministry of Education, we're going to make sure that we are able to offer the cuts in such a way that they then can rely on Barbadian supply so that our visitors are able to eat a domestic product and be able to enjoy some black belly lamb, boast about it and go home and ask to have access to it and create a space for us to be able to fulfill the dream of 1 million sheep, where we're going to be able to export not only the lamb, but we are going to be able to start leathercraft. I would like to have the honor of wearing a Barbadian-made leather bag and shoes coming from black belly sheep. I'm looking forward to that. Now, sir, all of this speaks, and this is the last thing I will share, all of this speaks to the fact that if we are going to make it in a highly integrated world economic system that sets out rules and conditions for all countries regardless of their size, regardless of their resources, they say, tough, sorry, you have to meet it, otherwise we will blacklist you. Tough, sorry, we're going to block you. It means that Barbados has to pay careful attention to international levels of quality, that we can no longer do things how we feel like doing them, treating to our processes based on what is comfortable for us or what we can afford, that we now as a nation have to pay attention to the international quality of our goods and our services. It is the only way we're going to earn a top dollar that will allow Barbadians to live the high middle income life that they take for granted. We can only sustain it if we have enterprises that can operate at that level. And therefore, in the Ministry of Energy and Business, one of the documents that will be going forward shortly, has been completed, is our National Quality Policy document that lays out the policy on quality across all of the various sectors, where we are going to be able to work with all of our enterprises and work with our workers as well, to help them to understand that we now have to work to the highest quality level in the most efficient way so that we're able to give quality at a reasonable price. And that is going to be a very big undertaking. And this SPS program that has been headed by the Honourable Member for St. Philip South is a part of that quality emphasis. It's going to mean people have to change their attitudes towards work. People are going to have to understand that when a process is laid out in the workplace, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, that they must be done in that order and to the standard required for each step, so that we can win global excellence and as a result command a space for Barbadian products and Barbadian services all across the world. And the Ministry of Energy and Business stands ready to work with enterprises across Barbados to be able to make this happen. But it's not going to be easy. It never is. There isn't a single person in Barbados who doesn't want high quality service. But not everybody is willing to change their habits and behaviors to deliver it, because change is uncomfortable. Everybody in Barbados would like to have a quality product at a good price, but every enterprise may not want to invest the money that is going to be needed to be able to transform their enterprise to be able to deliver on that quality. But that is the direction in which Barbados has to go and must go. We don't have silver or gold. We don't have frankincense and myrrh. What we have are people, and we must make the best use of our people and develop that quality excellence and place it in every sphere of Barbadian life so that we are able to command a place internationally for all of our products, all of our services. And so Barbadian products will become a household name in the world. This is what this government, these honorable members sitting here, this is what we are committed to. This is what we want to work towards. And we're inviting every single Barbadian to come on this journey. But I want to commend to this honorable chamber and to you and to the country at large this bill that has been put here by the honorable member for St. Philip South to strengthen our national agricultural health and food control system so that we are able to do good business in relation to agriculture and fisheries in this country for the benefit of the many families that depend on it for their livelihood and want to be able to use it as their pathway to prosperity. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Lucy.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to just make a brief intervention in this very important piece of legislation being brought here to this honorable house today. As indicated by the honorable minister, member for St. Philip South, the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill 2022 and Plant Protection Bill 2022, Mr. Speaker, this represents a very significant and important achievement in Barbados in our bid to strengthen national agricultural health and food control system. This is critical, Mr. Speaker, in our effort to comply as we are a small country and we are competing in a large world. This piece of legislation is critical in our efforts to comply with the World Trade Organization. Having served in this ministry, Mr. Speaker, I know and I have been part of the several meetings, Mr. Speaker, to discuss this legislation as we start to put things in place so that we become, as a country, compliant, not in breach of the World Trade Organization standards. Mr. Speaker, it is to ensure that the food which we consume, first of all, this food is safe. This piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is also to prevent the entry and spread of establishment of pests or diseases among animals and plants. And in order for us to successfully compete in today's global marketplace, we must have this legislation in place. Most of us, Mr. Speaker, from time to time, and when I looked at the depth of this legislation and how it gives us the ability to be able to export fish and meats and so on, when I look at this legislation, Mr. Speaker, and most of us visit from time to time our fish markets across Barbados. And when we do that, Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, from the moment, if you're inside, when you open, you get out of your vehicle, you are met more often than not by anxious fisher folk who want to be in a position to sell to you their fish and to make $1. This piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, opens up and creates space for people like them, in that you're not just now out there providing for locals, you'll be in a position to sell that with all measures in place, we as a country are able to support. So straight away the market is opened up, so to speak, to give that opportunity that is required. If you are competing in a very small space, Mr. Speaker, we are a small country. You compete in a small space, you can only compete to so many people. And so it becomes then, I don't want to call, it becomes a situation where everybody is jostling for a position, jostling and pushing for sales, etc. But if we can create, and we have created through this legislation, the space which gives all our fisher folk and other producers of various meats from time to time, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to be able to make $1, because we are going to be in a position to be able to export to the world, to the region, to the world, once this legislation, Mr. Speaker, is passed and it is put in place. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that when we strengthen, and we heard the Honourable Minister spoke, Honourable Member for St. Philip South spoke, and he advised that in 2003, it was agreed by the Planning and Priorities Committee that adequate laboratory facilities were necessary. Then we submitted, Mr. Speaker, for funding, because everything that comes about, it needs funds to be able to execute. And sometimes we do not understand this, and we have to reinforce these things for the ordinary person in Bush Hall, in Savannah Road, and those areas, and persons, Mr. Speaker, in Crab Hill and Josie Hill, and out Swampy Town, and Rose Hill too, to be able to understand because when these people hear about this kind of legislation, perhaps some of them are not clear on what it is doing and what the benefits of it are, because somebody may be listening, Mr. Speaker, now, and so they're debating these things and they don't understand what's going on, not recognizing that by putting this in place, it is going to be of a significant benefit, Mr. Speaker, to the ordinary person, the ordinary fisherman, the ordinary animal, person that raises the animals, and so on, to be able to have that space where we can now export to the region, to the world. And Mr. Speaker, I can recall the several meetings, and I don't know if the Honourable Member for St. Philip South recall this, or Mr. Speaker, I remember one Friday evening. Friday, we had about 7 meetings in one day, with the last one commencing about 5:30, 6 o'clock. And knowing that, and Friday evening, like today, is the time when people look to get out, Mr. Speaker, and go in your constituency, perhaps have a libation, not me, and enjoy the weekend. But, Mr. Speaker, this particular ministry led by the Honourable Member for St. Philip South was busy dealing with matters like these. It was of such significance and importance to get this legislation in place so that the ordinary person and sometimes constituents too, from time to time they complain and they will say to you that they don't see you. And we all want to see our constituents. We love to be with our constituents and so on. But sometimes in order for the constituents to receive greater benefit through what is being done for the country, you have to take time away. And when I was there, Mr. Speaker, and that Friday evening, I said to myself, I didn't tell the minister, but confession is good for the soul now. I said, but minister, he crazy, a Friday evening. But it was important, Mr. Speaker.
You are not an Adventist, sir.
No. It was absolutely important that we get this piece of legislation and other things that have been done in agriculture for the benefit of the ordinary person, because this is important. It is absolutely important that these people understand what a parliament does, and even when things, sometimes that's why we have to break it down as much as we possibly can, so that they get and they see the significance and the importance of what we are doing as we come to this house, Tuesday after Tuesday, or sometimes on Fridays or whenever, that they understand. And I, Mr. Speaker, want to support. We had many early morning meetings. So there were some times that you met early, sometimes you met very often during the course of the day, sometimes you met late, but all in an effort, Mr. Speaker, to put the right legislation and proper legislation in place that would be beneficial to the people of Barbados in all our constituencies. And as we have come to this point, Mr. Speaker, I have no choice but to support the Honourable Minister and support this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And as I went through last night when I got the brief, I said to myself, well, definitely I would have to support this here because I know the hard work. I know the hard work, and we have to commend the public servants too in the ministry. We have to commend them because I don't know whether people grumble or not, but they work as much as possible to put this and get these things in place in order that Barbados can reap the benefits, the full benefit. Because when we allow countries smaller than us to push us out because they recognize what has to be done and they put their shoulders to the wheel and they make sure that it is done in a timely manner. We as a country, Mr. Speaker, we have to be willing, and we can see from this legislation that the minister, the Honourable Minister Member for St. Philip South, and when I look, Mr. Speaker, at the number 5 on the brief and I see SPS, that don't mean St. Philip South, but it's coincidental. It is coincidental that is what it is. There's SPS, right? But I'm grateful and I want to commend the Honourable Minister, the member for St. Philip South, on bringing this bill to Parliament. As I said, we have several reports, we have several consultations, and when people complain that this government is not a consultative government, I beg to differ. Because more than any other, the government does not sit down, and the government works, and not only does it work, but the government consults with all the different agencies and entities in this country to be able to get the best view, to get the best knowledge, to come to put on in legislation for the people of Barbados. So when people complain that we don't consult, several times, meetings, ask for reports, Mr. Speaker, talk to people to ensure that what we bring makes sense and that Barbadians can benefit, Mr. Speaker. So I want to take this opportunity and this brief intervention to commend the staff of the ministry, all of them who were instrumental, Mr. Speaker, in working hard, even when I was in the ministry and even from the beginning with the minister, to get the right and proper legislation in place for Barbados to be able to move forward, to position Barbados to a different point, at another level, Mr. Speaker, where we can earn, and earn not just from locals now, but earn from the region and internationally. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch Central.
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud this afternoon to share just a very few words and thoughts on this important piece of legislation. And the honourable member who led this debate, I know he understands the importance that this will help transform this country for ordinary people. The honourable member for St. Lucie who just spoke, reiterated it. And it's something, sir, that in my professional experience, whilst I'm not an expert in animal health or food safety or any such, sir, in 2011, sir, having moved back to Barbados in 2010, I started a company in 2011, sir. And I did consultancy services in Barbados and across the region. And I had the honor, sir, and I call it an honor, of joining the Chamber of Commerce and participating as part of their Trade and Economic Policy Committee. And as far back as 2011-12, sir, the Chamber of Commerce, they were advocating to the government of the day of the importance of being able to bring this legislation and put it in place in order to help drive growth. Now, you would appreciate, sir, that all of us will recall back in 2011-12, things were rough, they were tight, and they got progressively worse, sir. But this was one of the areas that had Barbados done this 10 years ago, 9 years ago, sir, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, would have put us in a completely different position from certainly what we experienced, and certainly when COVID-19 came, sir, would have of great benefit. And I will explain why, sir. Because whilst I speak of my involvement at the level, sir, then of the Chamber of Commerce, and for the ordinary citizen, they may believe that, well, that's a big business type thing. And that, I get that that's the perception. I recall, sir, a very strong advocate of this who is heavily involved in the poultry industry, always explaining to the members of the chamber that this was not only going to help those who are large within the context of the poultry industry, but it would mean, sir, as you and I both know, sir, and all of us in here, all of us have constituents, sir, who have small chicken pens, all littered all across Barbados, who are doing very good business because, as you know, sir, Barbados is self-sufficient in poultry. And therefore, as a natural advantage, if you want to put it that way, that it would allow this specific piece of legislation would allow Barbados not just to put the architecture in place, but to be able to allow the expansion, sir, the expansion of businesses from Waterhall land, sir, from in Lodge Road where I am, sir, to the Pine, sir, St. Thomas, all across this country, for people to be able to have access to greater markets. Had we put this legislative framework in place, then you will see, sir, the exportation as it relates to not just cruise ships as they dock here, but certainly, sir, in terms of the provisioning from a poultry perspective, but the export, sir. I want you to know that you have access to the market because we all hear about non-tariff barriers and all these types of things. And we got the best chicken in the world. And we should let people know that we got the best chicken in the world, sir. And because we got the best chicken in the world, we have now to make the investment to ensure then that ordinary citizens, sir, can participate. But it is not just legislation alone, sir, that is important. It's to get the conversation going with people about what this will mean for their lives. And I think the Honourable Member for St. Lucie just raised that point very, 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 very clearly. Because whilst the push has been coming at one level, we now need to make sure, sir, that this thing is clearly understood right across the length and breadth of Barbados. Now, sir, one of the areas that is going to be important, and I want to urge maybe perhaps, sir, the BIDC or the National Standards Institute, sir, is to sensitize the public, sir, and in this instance, as to how can we modernize the design of our chicken pens. And I break it down, sir, so that people understand the difference between what we know now and what is possible, sir, in the context of being able to transform the lives of ordinary people. And it doesn't really take a lot, sir, with respect to the design, because if people understood very clearly that for you to be able to meet the specific standard for export purposes, then you have to make some very small adjustments to the design of your chicken runs to ensure that once the chicks are received, in that instance, they're fed for the 6 weeks, sir, and then they're slaughtered, and then move on to the export space, that there's the ability to trace right back, sir, to where things have come from. And that is where we have been butting our heads, sir, for years, because we have not done the very small little things, sir, to ensure that everybody could participate. And I want to urge all Barbadians that was this initiative here today, on the eve of Christmas, is intended to cure a long-standing issue. Let us not rest on the laurels and make sure that in 2023, that between the BNSI and the BIDC, that they can come up with the specific design requirements, sir, that would allow for investment, new investment, sir, because people already have a very strong track record in producing poultry in this country. Strong track record, financially and otherwise. And therefore, they are already known to financial institutions, sir. And therefore, once we can settle those design matters, sir, to upgrade the facilities, then I know that that would unlock certainly new investment, not just within that space, but the expansion, sir, right across the length and breadth of Barbados as it relates to issues related to poultry. So this is not just a big business venture, sir. And I want the public to understand that these measures are intended to ensure that we can bring Barbadians along the journey of opening up opportunities, not just to supply chickens to the local supermarket, which I know people do, sir, and eggs, which they do very, 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 very well across the length and breadth of Barbados. But the ability now, sir, for us to be able to reach scale such that the export of our poultry products, sir, world-renowned as they are, that we can do so not just with respect to the cruise ships here, but it means, sir, that we too, with respect to moving in relation to cold storage and other areas, that we now can utilize the facilities that we already have in relation to being able to put products on the very large number of empty containers that leave this country on a daily basis, because we have not done the basic framework to be able to get these things done. And I heard the Honourable Member for SPS, St. Philip South, sir, to make the point that the regulatory agencies now, sir, must now see this, and sorry, let me rephrase, sir. The people, the Barbadians, who work in regulatory agencies must now see this as a tool with which they can help transform and build wealth, sir, within the length and breadth of the communities right across Barbados. And therefore, as regulatory bodies and persons who, sir, family to me and you and everybody in here, sir, and everybody in our constituencies, can now see this as an opportunity to create new wealth for generations to come. And therefore, what is important here is not just to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's crossed, sir, but it's to ensure that people understand that this is not a business facilitated measure, business at the nano level, sir. So if you only got 30 chickens, sir, and you get them is the best 30 chickens they got in Barbados, sir, that those 30 chickens can be a part of the overall pool with respect to getting into the export market. Now, as we recover now, sir, as you know from COVID-19, we are working to make sure that there's a stronger linkage between agriculture and tourism and all of the linkages that we've long spoken about, to ensure then that we first cover off with respect to the domestic space, not just as it relates to poultry, because that's already there, sir, but certainly in relation to fish farming and the other areas that I know that the ministry is undertaking to inspire young people to get involved in. That there too, sir, with respect to all the shrimp and stuff that is imported, over the course of the next few years, sir, we want to be able to eliminate that completely. So that ordinary Barbadians, sir, from right here, can participate in those opportunities, not just to supply local hotels and to supply local restaurants, but also, sir, the many cruise ships that will come calling, but also, sir, be able to package and export out of Barbados across the region, and certainly, sir, wherever we can get markets open up for us to be able to go into. So I am very proud, sir, this afternoon to know that this is a very early Christmas present for the people of Barbados. And whilst the present will not be unwrapped totally, sir, to be enjoyed on Christmas Day, we have to set our minds on the task of ensuring that our citizens understand what this will mean for them. So I know that the honourable member for the SPS member will be able to craft a very aggressive communication campaign, sir. And all of us as MPs, all of us, we must now make sure that we go amongst the people who in our constituencies raise chickens, who have fish farms, and these types of things as commercial opportunities, that we explain to them the importance, sir, of what we have done, what is still required to be done. We will have the conversations on the financial side, sir, with respect to once the design measures are agreed from the BNSI and certainly BIDC Export Barbados from that perspective, sir, that once those things are settled, that we can unlock the access to finance to allow these people to be able to upgrade the pen, sir, and to bring the poultry industry now, sir, into the 21st century with respect to being able not just to supply locally, but more importantly, externally. Now, bear in mind, sir, just bear in mind, and I remember the days, sir, when you could go and buy chicken for $10. And I still dream of such a day. I still dream of such a day, sir. A 6-pound chicken used to be for about $10. I dream of such a day. But we can get there, sir. But we need, in order to get back there, we need skill. That's the reality. And the only way we're going to get skill, sir, is if we add the export part of the equation. And by adding the export part of the equation, sir, it means that your unit costs can go down. And therefore, I look forward at some point in the future, 2-3 years for the honourable member, where we are seeing progressively exports building, that the price of poultry in this country, I think, can moderate, sir, which would allow ordinary Barbadians to feel as if they're benefiting, sir, not just from the wealth creation that will be generated by the extra opportunity, but when you go to the supermarket, sir, that you see the price of the chicken, sir, that the price of chicken now become much more affordable and reasonable, but the only way you will get to that stage, sir, is if you can achieve some skill. So this is a very, very, very important piece of legislation. You would have heard the Prime Minister speak to in the budget that she wanted this legislation passed before the end of the year. Now, yes, I know that this is the last sitting for the year, sir, and we have indeed been able to come here to do this, and this is part of a suite of legislation which is going to be critical, as the honourable member indicated. But I want people to realize that, and I think the honourable member St. Lucie made it quite clear. Quite clear. This is a government of action, sir. A government that is intended to use all the powers that are available to us in this place to create opportunities for people. Now, I must tell you, sir, opportunity is not just, sorry, excuse me. The opportunity, sir, is not just going to come up Bay Street, turn left, come through the gate, sir, and come and sit down. You lot. It doesn't work so. People must know, sir, recognize what they have to do, sir, in order to get on the highway, so to speak, of opportunity, and therefore be able to help support their family, sir, to be able to hire 2 or 3 more people, sir, from your neighborhood, sir, to be able to help deal with the scale with which we are talking about in relation to this area, such that the recovery that we are talking about in terms of being export-led, and when we talk about private sector export growth, sir, and a growth economy, we're talking about the people in Waterhall, sir, the people in Lodge Road that got chickens, the people in the Pine. I know I see some in the city too. But the reality is, sir, that every Barbadian must now understand that they can participate if they wish, but we will strongly encourage them, sir, to be able to get on board in order to move this process forward. Now, sir, as it relates to the BERT program, and I keep saying to people all the time, sir, the government don't just put things in a document and don't get back to it. This is another element, sir, of us living the execution and implementation of the BERT program. And therefore, we have been consistent, sir, not just with respect to the fiscal management, but consistent with what we said we will do to ensure that we can bring greater opportunity for people so that businesses can grow and continue to grow and to be able to employ as many people as we can, sir, in order to be able to build up this country. And so, sir, this important piece of legislation has my absolute support. It is critically important that the people of this country, notwithstanding the challenges that may face us internationally, sir, that we continue to focus on the execution of our within our day-to-day lives. People can get out there, sir, and talk all kinds of things about things that are not irrelevant to people. But what this government continues to do, sir, on a daily basis remains relevant to the lives of ordinary Barbadians. And I really want to thank the honourable member and his team at the ministry and those who worked with respect to getting this bill here. But I urge, sir, all of the persons involved in the regulatory process, because as I speak, sir, and I've said to Customs already, whilst Customs in the past, sir, have been focused more on how do we protect the border and facilitate imports. When we get this part of the puzzle piece correct, sir, Customs now has to be a facilitator now of exports, of earning the country foreign exchange with respect to what SPSS can deliver. And therefore, the Customs Department, as well as it is not necessarily directly involved as the regulatory agencies in relation to what is before the bill here, is in the bill here. If we are going to earn the foreign exchange, it means that the Customs Department, sir, which is already in the process of reorienting itself to play a more facilitative role with respect to exports, that everybody in Barbados now has to understand that they have to see how they can improve the processes to make it as easy as possible for people to be able to not just make the investment, but walk people through what is expected of them, so that once they do the 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 things and they do it well, sir, and they keep doing it, that there are no hurdles being placed in people's way with respect to the earning of foreign exchange. And therefore, we want Barbados and Barbadians to think of, however small your business is, sir, that you have an opportunity to earn foreign exchange like anybody else in this country. And because we've already liberalized, sir, the foreign exchange market and holding of accounts, the foreign exchange that you earn, sir, that you'll be able to keep the foreign exchange in the account at the bank that you may, of your choosing, sir, with respect to that, because if you earn it, sir, it belongs to you. All the government and the central bank will do, sir, is take a small proportion to put into the pool to make sure that we can help build the foreign exchange platform of the country. so that as we do more and more business externally, that we are able to ensure then that the normal things can happen, but that persons will have access to their hard-earned funds. And therefore, sir, I say to people, we now have to start looking at how do we formalize our structures. We are making those things easier, and therefore, this piece of legislation it will have a very heavy regulatory framework, because here's the thing, sir, anything that we export from Barbados, we want people, when they're going whatever supermarkets they go into, sir, to know that it is top quality, it has met the highest standards, so that the brand name Barbados will resonate, sir, with people. And therefore, people will be able and prepared to pay the premium for the brand Barbados. And therefore, as the regulatory agencies work with Barbadians, I want people to realize that sometimes, sir, you've got to push through that little pain to get the reward at the end. Because the reward at the end, sir, you do it right today, you do it right tomorrow, you don't take no shortcut Sunday, sir, or Monday, but you do it right every time. Because getting it right, we cannot afford to get it wrong, but getting it right every time will ensure that however small our businesses are, no matter what part of the country you may be, sir, that this sanitary and phytosanitary piece of legislation is going to unlock and transform the lives of ordinary people, sir, in this country. And it is another plank for which the Minister of Agriculture will be able to open up for ordinary citizens, sir, ordinary citizens, to be able to help get an extra set of income, but it just requires, sir, us to be faithful to the regulatory framework. And as I said, I hope that the persons involved in the regulatory process will see that they are not just there as guards, sir, or supervisors, but they must work with people. Let them know what is required of them. Help them to be able to meet the standard, because it is in meeting the standard that opens up the opportunity, sir, rather than seeing it as something that you're passing an exam without recognizing that this will have a significant impact on people. And therefore, if you're a practitioner in the space, understand you got to meet the standard. But if you don't meet the standard on this occasion, don't get vexed and throw a tantrum, sir. Pause and understand why you didn't meet the standard. Because in meeting the standard, sir, it means that when it gets to the border of any other country globally, the customs or the plant quarantine or the animal health or anybody else, sir, operating in those borders will feel comfortable taking the products from Barbados. And therefore, if we meet those standards, we maintain those standards, we improve those standards every time, then it makes it easier for us to be able to not feel the full effects of the international global shocks that happen from time to time, and therefore we will be in a position to become much more resilient. I promise that I was not going to say very much, sir, but I am happy that this legislation is before this chamber. There's still work to be done now to make sure that everybody who is involved, either in the poultry industry, the fisheries industry, even within the context of just regular agriculture in relation to agro-processing and a whole range of things, sir, with respect to eliminating the issue of non-tariff barriers stopping Barbadian products from getting on the shelves of others. We settle this, sir, and we all come together as stakeholders to do the pool investment to meet the standards, and in so doing, then I know that not just 2023 will be better, but I know that 2024 and beyond, sir, that this economy will start to grow leaps and bounds. And as the economy grows, sir, and things like mean, sir, that we could ease the taxes a little bit, sir, even further, because you're growing. And therefore, it means you got to regularize yourself. We want you to export. We want you to become just as big as any other brands they have out there. And I know that we have a very strong brand, certainly, as it relates to Caramelas and BADMC. And therefore, if we're able to push these strong Barbadian brands, sir, into the marketplace, then I know that we will not just be building economic resilience, but I believe that the future of our families and our communities, sir, will become much stronger, because our young people will see that you get up when the morning come at 4 o'clock, and you go to make sure that whether it's the black belly sheep that you got to take out, or whatever it is, sir, that you're doing with respect to agriculture, because this don't become, sir, a habit. Because in meeting these standards, it means that you got to be disciplined. And therefore, rather than having too much idle time, it means that you can spend that very valuable time doing something that brings you great joy. You will get some money from it, sir. You'll be able to support your family, and everybody will be able to have a fairly decent lifestyle. But it requires, sir, that each of us, that we are disciplined with respect to whatever aspect that we are doing. And so, sir, I am happy to support this bill. I want to commend the member from St. Philip South for this tremendous work that has been undertaken. And from the Ministry of Finance perspective, I want to say to Barbadians, let's get on board. Let us work with the Ministry of Agriculture and all the regulatory agencies to be able to help facilitate the implementation of this framework so that we can unlock the true potential of Barbados. And with those very few words, sir, I am obliged to you. Thank you.
Honourable member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, let me first start by thanking those honorable members who spoke in this debate and give support to this very significant piece of legislation. A couple of things were raised that I wish to respond to. First, with the honorable member for St. James South. The training opportunities for butchers is one that we cannot ignore. Actually, we had a master butcher from the UK who came to Barbados to look at our setup. He has already designed a training program for butchers in Barbados. And come early next year, we will see a number of Barbadian butchers being trained in the specialty cuts that are required for the tourism industry, but generally for restaurants. Mr. Speaker, she also spoke to Leathercraft, and this is a project that was being done with the University of the West Indies at Jukes. That project was delayed again for several years. That conversation started before we became government. Under the last administration, they were supposed to do all the groundwork to make sure that that was a possible project. Unfortunately, like everything else, it wasn't done. So what you had was just an agreement for a project to be done with the university. I addressed it on a Brass Tacks program on Sunday and came under attack by some people who find it necessary to spend a day calling the program, not knowing what they're speaking about, but are prepared to call people to account for things that are totally not the case. And I made it abundantly clear that the University of the West Indies at Cave Hill campus could not proceed with the project unless the conveyancing was done. And Mr. Speaker, you well know, based on your profession, that I can promise you anything and even put it in writing, but if the conveyancing done, you don't know what you have. And so therefore, a promise was made, an agreement was placed in writing, but the land wasn't conveyanced. The land was also under debt to the Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust, and that had to be resolved as well. But I've said all of that to say that we have now gotten over that hurdle, and the conveyancing was complete, and therefore the project is ready to go ahead. The Chinese have now put up all the signage, the infrastructure is in place, and that is one of the Electrolux things that we have done as a government, cleaning up the mess that was left behind. As far as the shrimp project is concerned, which was raised by the honorable member for Christchurch East Central, I'm happy to report that the project at River in St. Philip, we have just received all the equipment, and very shortly that project will commence. The technical team is coming into Barbados. They will stay there until the project is completed. We have set a timeline for the end of January, and I strongly am confident that we will meet that timeline, and so we shall harvest our first set of locally grown shrimp by the end of March, early April, which is a significant deal. Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, and I made the point earlier this morning when I spoke that this is revolutionary because the amount of doors that we can unlock for trade now, prior to having this legislation, we were not able to do. And therefore, I now feel confident that the young people in St. Philip South, certainly in your constituency, Mr. Speaker, can come to your office and ask for something that is meaningful and it can be delivered. Too often we have people showing up asking for help, but there are no projects and there are no systems. So therefore, they have to resort to us being able to find something in government to give to them, and they're not excited about the fact that you can't help them when they show up. The fact that we can have systems in place and legislation like this, sir, gives us an opportunity now to not just give them a job, but perhaps help them find the investment, be it under the Agricultural Development Fund or wherever, to participate, be it in shrimp farming, which is the new way, or the fresh fish farming, or the aquaponic farming that we are doing. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to note that the enactment of this Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill 2022 represents a significant achievement in Barbados' bid to strengthen its national agricultural health and food control systems. And being a signatory to the World Trade Organization, we were there since 1995. It became incumbent for us to be able to carry out these measures. Barbados has been a member of the WTO since its creation in 1995 and is therefore party to these SPS measures. What is even more, the WTO agreement dictates that all countries have the right to maintain sanitary and phytosanitary measures to ensure that food is safe for consumers and to prevent the entry, spread, and establishment of pests or diseases among animals and plants. For Barbados to successfully compete in today's global market, it must have in place a nationally and internationally recognized and accepted agricultural health and food control system. So therefore, we couldn't ignore the reality of getting to this point. But if I didn't do it well enough earlier today when I spoke, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish really to reinforce what I said earlier when I thanked the international stakeholders who were participating in this with us since we started this journey in 2003. And in 2003, the Planning and Priorities Committee agreed that adequate laboratory facilities were necessary. And the committee advised that the project proposal be submitted, first of all, to the Inter-American Development Bank for funding. We got that support, Mr. Speaker, sir. In 2005, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development then was able to engage the FAO, Pan American Health Organization, and ICA to give legislative support to this project, sir. And then we also had support from the World Animal Health Organization in support of this project, and I want to thank all of them. I equally want to thank the CPC and the team at the CPC and the Attorney General for the support they have given to us in getting to this point. I must confess, sir, that this is not the easiest of legislation. I must confess that it took a lot of work in being able to have this legislation, plus the entire suite of legislation on the SPS, to be harmonized with legislation globally and legislation across the region. And so therefore, I wish to thank the Attorney General and the team at the CPC for the excellent work they have done in getting us to this point. And I also want to thank, first of all, the CARICOM Secretariat, but equally the member states of CARICOM and the CARICOM Agricultural Ministerial Task Force for the Secretariat's bills, the model bills that we use in order for us to be able to reach this point. The honorable member for Christchurch East Central is absolutely correct. We can pass this bill, we can have an act or statute, but at the end of the day, if you don't have the regulations to drive it, sir, we would have just passed another piece of legislation. And therefore, it's very important, it's critical that we get the regulations in place to be able to support the execution of the statute, sir. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, I am indeed pleased that we can take Barbadians into a new year with the confidence that a full suite of SPS legislation will be laid in this Parliament, and with the confidence that Barbadians will now have new opportunities in trade globally, and equally give Barbadians the assurance as well that our animals and our food systems are protected, our biodiversity is secured as well, and that we will now look at new measures through which we will conduct the approach to agriculture, the approach to commerce, and the approach to setting up a single agency that would allow for us to be able to monitor, control, and execute all that is required under this legislation. This, I have to reinforce, sir, is only one piece of the legislation under the SPS measures. We still have to do the plant protection legislation. We still have to do the food safety legislation. And I do want, sir, to ask Barbadians to work with us, cooperate with us, and let us cut out the unnecessary noise that is going around. Oftentimes when people don't have anything to criticize, they create their own narrative, and equally they end up telling tales or resorting to, as I said earlier, the perfidious type of conduct that is not expected of us by a younger group of voters, because voters don't want to be misled, and they equally don't want to be deceived. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we are able to stay the course. We were able to get through very difficult times, sir. I wish to impress upon Barbadians that I personally will not ignore the fact that this country was shut down for 2 years. And I want to remind all Barbadians that we weren't living in normal times, and we have done extremely well to build back our tourism industry at the pace it has been built back at. To maintain our agricultural sector, we took our blows, but we maintained the sector. I can't think of one day, Mr. Speaker, when Barbadians couldn't get sweet potatoes or when they couldn't get food to eat. And this ministry really and truly has done an extremely good job in making sure we keep farmers going. With challenges up against climate change, sir, where crops were either flooded out or you couldn't get water, we were still able to feed this nation. And so therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Security has done an excellent job in making sure that Barbadians didn't have to riot or rob one another because they couldn't get access to food. So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased. I want to thank my team at the ministry again. And I also want to thank my colleagues for the support they've given. And I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Question that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and allow for this House to be resolved into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve at 7 the committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very long bill. And we are seeking the House's permission to call in parts, clauses and parts. So, Part 1, clauses 1 and 2.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 1, Clauses 1 and 2 do stand part.
The question is that Part 1, Clauses 1 and 2 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 3 to 12.
Chair, I beg to move that Clauses 3 to 12, Part 2 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 2, Clauses 3 to 12 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 13 through 28.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 3, Clauses 13 through 28 do now stand part.
The question is Part 3, Clauses 13 to 28 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 29 through 32. 32.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, Clauses 29 to 32 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, Clauses 29 to 32 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 33 through 35.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 5, Clauses 33 to 35 do stand part.
The question is that Part 5, Clauses 33 to 35 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 36 through 51.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 6, Clauses 36 through 51 do stand part.
The question is that Part 6, Clauses 36 to 51 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 52 through 54.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 7, Clauses 52 through 54 do stand part.
The question is that Part 7, Clauses 52 through 54 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clause 55.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 8, Clause 55 do stand part.
The question is that Part 8, Clause 55 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 56 through 62.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 9, Clauses 56 through 62 do stand part.
The question is that Part 9, Clauses 56 through 62 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 63 through 74.
74.
Yes, please.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 10, clauses 63 through 74 do stand part.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 63 to 74 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 75 through 83.
83. Chair, I beg to move that Part 11, clauses 75 through 83 do stand part.
The question is that Part 11, clauses 75 through 83 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
First schedule.
Chair, I beg to move that first schedule be the schedule to the bill. Be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule will be the schedule to the bill. The first schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chair, I do move that you do now report to the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of this bill.
The question that this bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Act 2022.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
We committed, sir, of papers.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Double thing again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm commanded to lay the annual report of Hotels and Resorts Limited for the financial year ended March 31st, 2022.
We committed, sir, of government notices.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $76,086,403 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022-2023 as shown in supplementary estimates number 2, 2022 to 2023. I'm also giving notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $23,686,972 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022-2023 as shown in supplementary estimates number 3, 2022 to 23.
Mr. Speaker, we also go back to messages from Her Excellency the President.
Message from Her Excellency the President to the Honourable the House of Assembly. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honourable the House of Assembly that she will be absent from the country during the period 20th December 2022 to 3rd January 2023 on vacation leave. Her Excellency further wishes to inform the Honourable the House of Assembly that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the Office of the President for the period of Her Excellency's absence. Signed, President, State House, Barbados, 16th of December, 2022.
Revert to government business, sir.
Government business is resorted to.
And order number 8. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the House, to move that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee to consider the grant of sums of money for the service of this item.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Order 8A, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $76,086,403 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 2, 2022 to 2023, which form the schedule to the resolution. Mr. Chairman, I should indicate at this stage that there are 2 supplementaries. We're going to remain in committee and deal with both of them before we. And we're dealing with supplementary number 2, which has a total amount of $66,086,403. Head 12, Parliament, in the amount of $156,370.
The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a relatively simple request, as you would appreciate, given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We've had a pause with respect to the meeting of presiding officers and clerks in relation to parliaments within the context of the Commonwealth. These sums of money here is to ensure our Barbados' representation at the upcoming conference in Australia, and therefore we feel it's important that as the clear signal that the economies are reopening globally, that we continue to ensure that Barbados, now being achieving Republican status, that is critically important that not just that we are represented, but to the extent that we are now charting a new path, we want to be able to signal that with respect to our reform agenda, with respect to the new constitution, but that the Parliament obviously is modernizing to be able to take Barbados forward as we have been doing, sir, certainly for the past 4.5 years. So with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that head 12, stand part.
The question is that head 12 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 13, Prime Minister's Office, in the amount of $5,422,097.
Mr.
The honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, the sums of money here represent the continued investment in training that this government has placed tremendous focus on. You would recall, sir, that when we came to office, there was a lack of significant investment in training for young people, or anybody really for that matter, for a significant period of time. And we utilized, as you would recall, sir, very early on, we went to the social partnership. We arranged with respect to being able to suspend the contributions that were being made into the severance fund, and we split that 50-50 between 50% between the unemployment fund and 50%, sir, between the training levy, with respect to being able to enhance and roll out an aggressive program for training across the country. As you know, sir, it was originally the National Training Initiative, but it was subsequently rebranded as the National Transformation Initiative, which has been doing significant work since inception to be able to expose Barbadians across the length and breadth of this country for the past 4 years. COVID required a slightly different focus because the training obviously then took place online. But since we have reopened this year, and I can attest to this because I attended a training session right at Milton Lynch, sir, that the National Training Initiative had put on. There was about 45 people or so that Saturday that received the communication, and I have been promoting it certainly within the context of my constituency. But these sums of money here, sir, because Barbadians will be aware, in addition to that, Barbadians will be aware that the Coursera platform, which really and truly, sir, is a model for allowing a lot of people who perhaps have experience but did not have the opportunity, sir, to be able to attend formal instruction, to be able to equip themselves and get certified, which is a critical step in allowing people not just to feel a sense of pride, but certainly to be able to enhance the opportunities for learning. And therefore, these sums of money here, sir, are being requested, not just in relation to getting the licenses with respect to the Coursera platform, which I must say is freely available to Barbadians on registration. Equally, you would recall, sir, that we also negotiated with the telecoms companies to not charge for the data usage because we understood the importance of being able to log on to, I think it's nti.training.gov.bb or .org.bb, I think is the name of the website, so that with the use of your telephone, sir, if that's all that you have, that you still can have access to the Coursera platform, which this government certainly has committed to, because we understand that in as much as we have had some significant downtime because of COVID-19, that it provides an opportunity for persons to enhance, to have access to training so that they can move from one level to another and to be able to enhance their circumstance. During the pandemic as well, the NTEI delivered some specific set of training to help the tourism sector. You recall, sir, that we had the Barbados Employment and Sustainability Transformation Program, the BEST program, which was designed specifically to help mitigate or to reduce the economic fallout caused by COVID-19. The NTI played a significant role in the training aspect of that, along with not just the retention of employment under that program, but also part of it was to serve with respect to the digitization efforts of the attractions and hoteliers in relation to this. And so these monies are to give support for the licenses associated with the platform, the Coursera platform, and therefore it is critically important that this be able to continue as we move forward. The crisis management program, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the economy has almost, well, it's fully open, for sure, and we have seen a reduction with respect to the number of persons who are now dependent on that program, and therefore the amount here with respect to $2 million, sir, in relation to that, we believe should be sufficient to take us to the end of the financial year. And the truth is, sir, that I know that for a number of persons out there, things are still a little rough, but we have seen more jobs opening up in the economy, people returning to work, chair, and therefore we will continue to monitor the program, but we feel confident that as 2020, notwithstanding anything that may come upon us, sir, in 2023, that we are hopeful that persons will be able to through, again, the training that's been made available through the same NTI program, sir, that as jobs become available, and as you know, sir, that early in the new year, we're going to see, we just saw couple of weeks ago, jobs being advertised with respect to the Sam Lars property in St. Philip's House, coincidentally, SPS, but no, seriously, Mr. Speaker, given the investment that we've made in helping people to retool and to retrain, and with job opportunities coming available again certainly in 2023, we are confident that the Adopt a Family program and others will be able to transition back with respect to the private sector, so that persons can pretty much get on with resuming things as normal, and therefore these monies here as being requested to support the program to the remainder of the financial year, and we're confident that we should be able to do that. And so with the right mix of training, sir, opportunities coming in, moving forward, we are confident that this investment in the training and the support that we've given with respect to giving people the $600 a month, sir, that those persons can now transition into the private sector to be able to find new work. And with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 13 stand part.
The question is, Head 13 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, sir.
You can talk to me.
In the amount of $753,772.
Chair, the Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, sir, very important ministry. You would recall the minister himself had announced the 2 inquiries that were executed over the course of the summer. And this initial request here is to cover the cost of those inquiries for both the government industrial school as well as the prison in terms of this financial year. Whilst I know that a number of reforms obviously will be undertaken, coming out of the recommendation of that report, I'm confident that with other measures that the government is taking with respect to not just the training, sir, and I know that my very good neighbor here from St. Michael South is working with respect to the other reforms as it relates to how the social sector responds to families, sir, that I hope that we would not, that in the future, that we shall see a reduction in the population either of the government industrial school, but equally, sir, a reduction in the population of the prison. And I think whilst there is some valid concerns within the nature of the public in relation to some legacy laws, I know that the government has been working very aggressively to be able to address these matters from a legislative perspective, but certainly, sir, from a societal perspective, we have a responsibility, all of us, to be able to look out for one another and to make sure then that we are appropriate, that we give the necessary support as required. Under the meteorological department, sir, you, sir, and most of us may have recognized that we have been receiving, if persons have been sufficiently interested, we have been receiving very accurate and up-to-date sets of notifications coming out of the Met Office. And that is because this government, not just in relation to what we are asking for here, but certainly over the course of the last 2-3 years, we've made significant investment with respect to the upgrade of the radar facilities and systems. What we now have to make sure happens is once we saw the intensity of that with respect to when Hurricane Elsa passed, one of the areas that we now have to make sure is done is that the DEOs are able to not just have access to this type of information, but we need to develop a habit and a pattern, sir, with respect to ensuring that we can assess damage. I will speak to that in a different context, sir, as it relates to the statistics department and its role in relation to that at another time. But this provision here, sir, was intended to make sure that the Met Office was able to ensure that it can keep us all informed with respect to its operational needs over the course of the summer. We have now passed the hurricane season, and luckily we had, thankfully, I should say, we had no significant damage of any sort. We did have a increased frequency of flooding and rainfall that was we are not accustomed to, and therefore it is important that we are kept up to date. And I want to thank the Home Affairs Department, but certainly the Meteorological Department in relation to keeping the population informed and up to date. And I hope that in our communities that we are clearing the debris from in front of our house, sir, when we cut the grass, sir, and not waiting for somebody else to come and do it, sir, because at the end of the day, it is that disruption that tends to aggravate issues when you have very sharp, intense rain, and therefore it is important that we all understand the role that we have to play in relation to keeping the nation not just safe, but certainly to be able to mitigate any significant issues. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move that Head 33 stand part.
The question is that Head 33 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 34, sir, Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, in the amount of $2,250,569.
Mr. Speaker, over the course of, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Over the course of the last few years, sir, as you would know, we have been embarked on a series of reforms. The sums of money under the general management relates to technical support services with respect to the monitoring of the BERT program, as well, sir, as it relates to the support for state-owned enterprise reform through the engagement of consulting services from Russell GMS Limited. Now, what I should make clear here, sir, is that, as you know, when we went into the pandemic in April of 2020, the government paused the third phase of the reform agenda that was intended to take place between 2020 and 2021. The pandemic certainly lasting 2 years, we paused those reforms, and therefore we needed to make sure that we recalibrated to, first of all, assess the new assumption of fiscal risk as it relates to state-owned enterprises and everything, as it relates to that. And therefore, this entity provided some additional support with respect to us being able to do that critical assessment, whilst being able to ensure then that we can set the timelines with respect to SOE reform moving into 2023. The next part of the supplementary, sir, is really related to the completion of the census, and I hope to be able to give the chamber a complete report early in the new year. As you know, the census was disrupted by the pandemic. It took longer. One, persons could not do the thing in the same way, and therefore, not just were enumerators, also getting ill with COVID. But you visit a house, sir, and there too are at some point or at the various isolation facilities. So it made it particularly difficult for an effective enumeration exercise in the way that you could just go into an area and know that everybody can be home that Sunday evening and do that. So the census was completed under very, very, very strange circumstances, and we hope that we were still able to collect some initial valuable information. Of course, not as rich as we had intended, but when the final report is completed, I know that we should be in a better place to be able to review what we could have done differently, given the circumstance. And therefore make sure that for the next iteration of any other national surveys that would have to be completed, that we set up a series of contingencies with respect to being able to execute such. But this sum of monies was related to the completion of the census, and therefore I beg to move, sir, that head 34 stand par.
The question is that head 34 stand par. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, in the amount of $3,128,481.
Honourable member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I also won't be very long. I want to begin by thanking the Minister and the Minister of Finance, first of all, for giving us this support to be able to do this important work, and of course the Minister and the Ministry of Finance, who I must also thank for giving us this support and for the many conversations that we've had over the last many weeks and months. Mr. Chairman, sir, the monies that are being requested here are to support two very important agencies. We are supporting the welfare. We're supporting the welfare department, sir, and a program that was financed by the IDB that allowed us, sir, to service 250 very vulnerable families in Barbados, called the Strengthening Human and Social Development Program. So these funds for the welfare department are very important. They allow us to do the cash grants, they allow us to do food, rents, utilities, and other assistance like hearing aids and burials, and so on. For people who need the kind of support from the welfare department, that would be your constituents, sir, in St. Lucie, mine in St. Michael South, and most of our constituents, sir, who from time to time may find themselves in need of such support. And therefore, these funds would allow us, sir, to be able to meet the mandate of the government. I must say, though, as I speak very briefly that, there's been a lot of conversation around the welfare department, but I would want to share with you, sir, very quickly some of the things that we were able to achieve over the last few months. I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the welfare department has done significant work in the last few months, since April. $1.2 million monthly on average in rent for 236 tenants, sir. 23.8 million spent on cash grants, helping 6,530 persons. Food received by 5,056 persons, and educational assistance for 1,976 persons, and utility payments for 357. So over the course of the last year, the Welfare Department has done significant service to Barbadians who are in need of assistance. I want to commend them, sir, for their work. I want to commend them for the changes that I know are already occurring in the Welfare Department, and I look forward to what we're going to be able to do going forward, sir. So these funds would allow us to meet our mandate and to deliver to the people of Barbados until the end of the year. We're also requesting here some funds, sir, that would allow us to satisfy our responsibilities to the elderly persons who travel on the Transport Board bus vehicles, the Transport Board vehicles, primarily the buses. And the funds here would allow us, sir, to pay our part, sir, to allow our elderly persons to be able to continue to commute for free. And this is important, sir. In fact, it is not a behavior, it is not a policy seen in many other countries, not to the extent that we have been able to do it. Many other persons have told me that beyond moving from place to visit families or still to work, it is a kind of recreation, sir, a kind of a setting that allows them to relax and enjoy their older years, sir. So this grant from the Welfare Department will be able to allow them to continue to commute on the vehicles, sir. In relation to the Strengthening Human and Social Development Program, some of these funds, sir, as I said earlier, we have a relationship with the IDB that was $20 million. The program originally was to begin in 2015, signed in 2016, but it really got going under the Honourable Member for St. Thomas around 2019. And her leadership brought that program, sir, to the fore, and we've been able to help 250 of the most vulnerable families in Barbados, sir. And these funds, sir, would allow us to be able to do a very important part of the program. One of the things that many Barbadians who are in need of help also need to have is actually work experience. And a large part of these monies will go toward the temporary employment program, which is at the end of all the pillars, all this training, all this servicing, to actually have employment, to be able to say that you've actually worked and have that very important job experience that becomes critical, sir, when you're trying to find a job. And then very quickly and lastly, sir, there were a few pillars under this Strengthening Human and Social Development Program. They were able, under education, to assess and certify 150 persons. So we have 150 people who are now certified as a result of this. 32 would have received literacy and numeracy training. 375 access educational assistance, sir. In health, 342 persons received health care services, inclusive of prostate examinations and so on, sir. So this program has actually helped in real ways, because we had a discussion at Cabinet, the DPM, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, had asked me a question in relation to practical things. What are we doing to really help people on a day-to-day basis? And that has to be the concern of the government all the time. And these, sir, are practical things that we have been doing in the ministry to help poor people, sir, and to make sure that the average Barbadian is able to live, sir, in very difficult times. 413 persons benefited from the temporary employment program. And while that program was initially financed by IDB, I must say, sir, that these programs, everything ends today. But because of the government, persons who would be going home today just before Christmas would have their employment cut today and now have the opportunity to work past Christmas and into the new year, because this government has seen it fit to support persons, sir. So instead of going home, this government has ensured that people could live for Christmas. Therefore, sir, this is what these funds are intended to do. I look forward to working with the staff in both the ministry, the staff in both strengthening as well as welfare, and all the staff in the ministry, sir, and my continued excellent relationship with the minister in the Ministry of Finance. to be able to ensure that we are able to service the persons who need help the most. With these few words, sir, I ask that head 35 stand part.
The question is that head 35 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 81, sir. Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources in the amount of $20,880,000.
Thank you.
Honorable member for St. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head 81, in respect of the 2.1 million, which is being requested to be able to facilitate what we have referred to initially as the Ash Worker Program, but which later became the National Cleanup Program, a national beautification of the country, a cleanup of the country over the course of the last few years. This program arose out of the need to address the issues of ash across the country, across the island. We've seen a dramatic cleanup of not only the gullies, but the main roads within the internal constituencies. We've seen a general improvement, sir. I want to take the opportunity, again, to just really thank the teams that have been working across the country to help us in this effort, those who have been working with them to be able to accomplish what I consider a magnitude task at the outset, but one which now has been able to find that balance so that we're able to deploy the teams across constituencies to clean. Sir, I'm sure you're well aware that they are undertaking not just the debushing, but they're also addressing the issue of the drains. In some cases, some of the teams have been cutting trees across the country, those which are obviously on the highways. Some of them have been integrated into things like the painting shops, painting the roads at night, doing the road markings. There have even been some of the persons who came in under the original Ash Workers Program who have also now been engaged within the administrative aspects of the ministry, because some of them had a number of skills that were able to help them to transition into other areas. We have made it clear that this program was intended to just be for a short period to address ash, but this government saw the need to be able to expand it at the time. We have always indicated that the program will have to come to an end, but we're not ending the program unceremoniously, sir. We've said on previous occasions that our intention is to help a number of these workers. There are close to 1,500 workers in the program, and it is our intention to ensure that we're able to assist them with the transition to other forms of employment. Some of them will be retained by the ministry. There are various teams that obviously have been doing exceptionally well, and we believe that they have to be given the opportunity to now assist us in carrying out further works within the ministry. We have also been working with the other ministries to be able to see how we can encourage persons to transition to, for instance, agriculture, and also the construction gateway programs. A number of them have already indicated by way of forms that would have been circulated to them their intention to participate in training programs that would allow them to improve their existing skill set, but also in some cases to learn an additional skill as well. So again, I want to make it clear and to write on the sentiments of others who have spoken before me that not only are we making sure that people have a good Christmas, but when it comes to being able to make difficult decisions, this administration is prepared to allow people to transition and not to leave them hanging. I can say to you, sir, that these monies will allow us to make sure that we cover the national insurance on behalf of the worker. It also allows us to cover the contribution by the government, which is equally important. So when the program does in fact come to an end, those workers will still have the benefit of the unemployment if they have not already transitioned. In other words, we are not leaving people out to dry. And I think that is very important, sir, for persons to understand. We have also asked for assistance through a communications specialist, Hague Communications, to be able to help us to assist those persons within the program to identify the areas that they may want to continue to train in. We have identified that we have some trouble workers as well who create some problems across communities, and I know the communications company and others have determined that they will work with those persons. A number of them come with their own social issues, and we have determined that we are not going to just cut off anybody's head or their source of income, but we are prepared as a ministry and as a government to certainly work with a number of those programs in order to ensure that they are directed accordingly for gainful employment. Many of them may decide that they want to apply for a trust loan. That guidance will be given. If they want to engage in the private sector, the communications team is there to work with them to be able to ready them for interviews, to be able to prepare them to make that transition for other job opportunities. And of course, if they wish to be self-employed, those avenues will also be made available to them as well. So, sir, the 2.1 million is really to get us to the end of January, to allow us to be able to have the program extended and to allow us to continue to make the transition. The construction gateway programs, I believe, will start in January. We've already had a number of persons transition to Gabion construction. As you know, there's lots of work that is coming up in relation to the Scotland district, and so we have tried to improve the skill set of a number of the workers so that they can participate in the upcoming boom within the road construction area as well. The second area, Mr. Chair, relates to 17.78 million, which is being requested to pay for work on the IDB road project. I don't think it is any mystery in terms of the road works that have been ongoing in the country. Perhaps, if anything, the criticism constantly comes that we need to get the work program accelerated a little faster, but that is because so many of the roads are bad. And they have been bad for a long time, Mr. Chair, and I see you nodding your head because you have certainly been at the forefront of requesting attention from the ministry to be able to help to improve the road conditions in the parish of St. Lucie. And again, I can give you the assurance that we cannot get to every single road at the time that everybody would like, but in this particular project with the IDB, we have been able to accelerate a road program according to the timelines provided to us by the respective contractors to be able to start a number of those road works across the country. And that is obviously complementing the Scotland District Rehabilitation Project. It is complementing the CAF program as well, which will allow us to do a number of the more residential roads across communities, but also main arteries across the country as well. Just to mention, Mr. Chair, that these monies will help us to pay the contractors. These projects cannot be done without, obviously, the payment to the engineers, to the payment to the design teams, to the contractors, the road builders who work on these projects. And therefore, while we have accessed the financing through the IDB, we have to ensure that we are paying the persons to be able to complete the various projects. This project dates back to 2016. It would have preceded us coming to office. It had been long in coming, negotiated, I think, back in 2012. It took a long time before the actual project was executed. So for those naysayers who are saying we are taking long, I want to give the assurance that once we came to office, we have been still working diligently to tie up all of the loose ends to be able to get these projects completed. And a number of the roads, initially they were sample roads, but there are a number of the wider roads, the global roads as they referred to, that are in the process of either being completed or have already been completed. And so over the course of I think they're holding off during the Christmas period because we recognize the issues of dust intrusion into households. People are getting their households ready for Christmas and for the new year, and we appreciate that. Obviously, we will have to pause over the Christmas period as well to allow for persons to enjoy the holiday period. So, sir, that is what that particular sum of money relates to. The last area relates to the TAP program. It is a subsidy to the Transport Board in the sum of $1 million. Again, I'm sure, like other colleagues, the constant calls have come from TAP operators requesting the funds for the works that they have been engaged to do to assist government in being able to provide public transportation across the country. One of the biggest challenges we've been facing is concerns relating to discrepancies sometimes from the concessionary ridership in relation to the amounts being claimed by some of the operators, and that is an ongoing investigation. It's no mystery to anybody, but there are some people who will try to cheat the system, and therefore we've had to put certain measures in place to be able to address that. Fortunately, with the introduction of the cashless system very shortly, I believe that will alleviate some of the challenges that we are facing, because we will have better accountability, in particular for the concessionary ridership, and that would allow us to have a better tracking mechanism to be able to make payments to the tap operators. So, sir, those are the 3 areas under this particular head, and therefore I beg to move that this head 81 do now stand part.
The question is that head 81 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, you say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 82, sir. Ministry of Environment, National Beautification, and Blue and Green Economy, in the amount of $4,452,600.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. You would recall, sir, in the early part of 2020, we came to the Chamber to start this process with respect to providing the financing for the roll-out bins, which I believe by now every Barbadian household should have received their black bin as well as their blue one. And we had agreed to be able to finance the rollout of that project, that national project, over a 3 fiscal years. This payment was made earlier this year in, I think, end of April, early March, and therefore we are just bringing to account to the Chamber what was done to be able to complete that specific process. I know that Barbadians, certainly in the context of the improvement with respect to the collection of garbage in the country, that it has significantly improved, Chair, from what we know, from when we came to office, sir, when you had to keep food, sir, in your fridge for 3 and 4 weeks because you simply did not know when the trucks would arrive. And whilst there still have been a few small issues from time to time, as one would appreciate, I think the people of this country can have great pride knowing that we came to office, we found some significant issues, we set about resolving those issues, and we have now improved significantly, sir, with respect to where we were, and we want to be able to look forward to the Ministry of Environment rolling out a comprehensive recycling program, certainly, sir, early in the new year. From my own perspective, sir, I can say that I have seen significant improvement in my constituency. There were 2 specific areas, sir, in Wotton that the SSA, but 3 areas. There were 2 skips and an area where people would just put garbage, and you would appreciate, sir, the amount of rats that used to congregate, sir, and live in that space, because once you had that type of communal garbage, then you would appreciate that the unsightly nature with respect to the pileup of garbage, and certainly in those circumstances that I described, sir, whilst for most of us in the rest of the country, we could keep the garbage in our fridge, you would imagine, sir, in areas like Wotton, where you had those communal garbage, sir, facilities, that we've had prolonged food outside in the heat, sir, for such a long time, you could understand the state of the place, and it is something that you should really, no human being, sir, should ever become accustomed. I am pleased, sir, that we have been able to do this, because in those spaces now, sir, because each unit in Wotton now, sir, has their own bin, then there's no need for the communal garbage. We also used to have the problem, sir, of people leaving. Again, people didn't want to keep the garbage at them. People used to leave where they were and come into Wotton and dump the garbage, sir. And I'm proud to say, sir, that that is no more. And therefore, this piece of money here, sir, to be able to complete this national project has not just beautified Barbados and improved the services, But I believe that for the residents of Watton, sir, it has brought a peace of mind with respect to the management of the garbage service. I can say that obviously, sir, if there's any other persons out there now who are still trying to attempt to come and dump their garbage in areas like Watton, then I would urge certainly the Ministry of Health and certainly the Ministry of Environment to be able to track these people down, because it would just be, sir, as completely inappropriate and indecent to continue to do these things to ordinary citizens who live in this country. I know that if the Honourable Minister was here, he would probably introduce into the conversation some aspect of biodiversity and the like. But the reality is, sir, that how we recycle, sir, that too is an opportunity for ordinary Barbadians to be able to participate in. And therefore, when we speak about a national recycling program, I believe that that too can unlock opportunities for young people to be able to earn a living and to be able to support their family, sir. And that's something that I certainly look forward to us being able to do. So this completes the financing of that specific part of the program. I believe every Barbadian should have their bin and their blue bin, and I hope that the ministry will be able to embark on a very aggressive communications program early in the new year in order to make sure that our recycling component now, that we reduce the amount of garbage that's going into the landfill, and we're able then to separate and to be able to manage our waste in a sustainable way. And with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 82 stand part.
The question is that Head 82 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 83, sir. Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security in the amount of $5,793,063.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Chairman, I rise first of all to thank the Minister of Finance and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance for providing us with this supplementary support to assist us at the BAMC to be able to carry out our work. We have targeted a start of crop for February of next year, which meant that we had to invest a significant amount of money in the factory. It clearly meant that we had to bring out staff to work as well. And of course, there are plans to increase our molasses production for our rum industry would mean increased storage capacity. And so, Mr. Chairman, these funds are going to be used to help us to carry out the work at the BAMC and to reach our targets so that we can equally deliver for Barbados and the sugar industry. We do know that there's a transitioning program that is taking place, which is well on the way, and that is to be presented to Cabinet shortly. And once we are finished with the transitioning program, the BAMC will then be able to hold its own and transition to a privately owned entity. So with those few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 83 do stand part.
The question is that Head 83 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 86, sir. Ministry of Health and Wellness in the amount of $17,139,406.
Honourable member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to be able to stand here and give account to the taxpayers of Barbados on what we're doing with these monies within the Ministry of Health. And I'll get right into it. We've asked for supplementaries, for instance, for the Ghanaian nurses. We all know that Ghanaian nurses were introduced into the island after an MOU was signed with the Ghanaian government during the COVID season, but despite the fact that COVID is now hopefully dying down, there's still need for nurses. There's an international paucity of nurses within the world. Every island, every country is affected, and Barbados is no exception. Although we're working expeditiously to get the students out, there is still need to provide nursing care within the Ministry of Health, which would include a geriatric hospital and polyclinic setting. So that is part of the supplementary. Apart from that, we have to account for the travel expenses you see on the supplementary. We know that that has been a conversation within the island with respect to the spending of the government with travel. But I'm happy to say that these were necessary travels that were brought upon us. I had the opportunity to attend one. But among the three that we're asking for, we had 2 trips to Geneva, 2 groups, which involved ministerial as well as high-level staffing of the Ministry of Health. So we needed funding. These meetings included the World Health Assembly, which discussed health matters, which included COVID, childhood, obesity, etc. And I had the opportunity to attend another in Geneva where we discussed the NCDs in terms of front-of-package labeling. So this was absolutely necessary for the way forward in Barbados, considering that the huge NCD fight that we are up against. This supplementary also includes the stipend for nursing students, student nurses. As you're well aware, this was discontinued several years ago. Really don't know the reasons why. But what the public may not know, that student nurses also bear quite a brunt of the workload in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, for instance, where they do their training. But it's not only a matter of standing up and looking, they're expected to learn by changing patients, changing beds. So their work is very important. We did not only reintroduce it, but we added a further $100 to every level of the nursing care. So I'm sure the nurses would be happy to know that. There's also a funding request to supplement the Barbados National Registry. The Barbados National Registry is where statistics are collected with respect to stroke, heart attacks, cancer, and they provide the data which we need to move forward the health policy. In other words, without data, we cannot form health policy in terms of how we treat patients, how we get the funding, and we have been short on payment because we did not get the requisite funding at the time, so we're asking for a supplementary to help facilitate their paying of their staff who are on contract. Without that supplementary, they will be forced to send home employees. Then there is the Barbados Diabetes Association, which I'm becoming very familiar with. They have an important role in our society. They are responsible for looking after diabetic patients, but it goes a little beyond that. Right now, they're seeing public as well as private patients. They have referrals from the polyclinic, and they're not only sit and talk to patients about diet, but they look after eye care in terms of screening. They look after foot care. They have cardiac screening at the Diabetes Foundation in Warrens, and that money will help with their functioning. They're also under contractual arrangement, so we're obligated to provide it. I must speak about the Caribbean Public Health Agency. We are also asking for supplementary for this. Members of the parliamentary party may not be aware, or they may be, that CARFA has an important role in our healthcare system. They were absolutely important during the COVID pandemic when it was first introduced, monitoring, for instance, cruise ships, and if members came on these cruise ships with COVID, they assist with immunizations, vector control, climate change. So we need to get that money out to them. I'm pleased to say that I had the opportunity to give some remarks at the renaming of the Glebe Polyclinic. This is one of the supplementary requests. It was renamed to the Freddie Miller Polyclinic, and we needed the funding for that renaming. We all know the important role he played in health, which included sanitary services, as well as social services like daycare centers, handicraft, that kind of thing. So it's well deserving, and that money will go towards that. The psychiatric hospital, as well as the geriatric hospital, we're asking for supplements to provide their food costs. We all know that these facilities require, like everybody else, well-balanced diets to keep them healthy, really. And the cost of food, as we all know, have gone up, and they're also requesting more money for medical supplies because the costs for shipments and so on for medication has increased the normal costs for these supplies. Travel, we spoke about the travel allowance already. There's also a supplementary to help with the SIDS. This is the Small Island Development States High-Level Technical Meeting, which is happening on the 17th and 18th of January, and this is where, and we've been meeting since October on this. This is where we bring the NCDs and mental health to the fore. It's a partnership between WHO, PAHO, as well as the government of Barbados. PAHO is doing WHO the majority of the funding, but we need funding with respect to securing the facility where the conference will be held, providing meals. We have a reception for the members that will come to provide transportation, as well as there's a walking tour plan, which is very exciting. So we're looking at some 170 roughly members coming from the international arena into Barbados, but it's also a hybrid meeting where some will be joining online, but the majority will be in Barbados. The final thing I want to talk about really is the issue of hazard pay, which the honourable member who presented before me was careful to tell me to remind the members of the public and the medical staffing and the people that assisted in COVID with transport of COVID patients and the lab technicians who assisted there, that monies will be coming and they will be paid their hazard allowance. So I'm happy to present that. That is a short briefing, Mr. Chair, and it is at this point and at this juncture that I ask the beg to move that head 86 stand part. Thank you.
The question is that head 86 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. He thinks the ayes have it.
Head 87, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, the amount of $6,262,452.
Honourable member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise with gratitude to the Ministry of Finance for affording this supplementary to the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training to cover three things in particular. One, our primary education domestic program, our tertiary education grants, and three, our school meals department. Let me start with our school meals department, Mr. Chairman. In the estimates for 2022-2023, you would recall that at the time when those estimates were prepared, our children had not yet gone back to school in full face-to-face. As a result, some of the monies that were allocated at that time were set not at the levels as if we were back to full face-to-face. As you know, the school meals department has now gone back full face-to-face. We are at 98 schools, working from 6 centers, and we are serving at full capacity about 24,000. And so the shortfall at the time, sir, for this, the estimates for this financial year did not adequately provide for us to be able to operate at that level, at that full capacity level where we are now. In addition, you will recall, sir, that there was a lunch and learn program that was implemented by this government called the Summer Nutrition Program, the SUN program, in the summer of 2022. At the time that the estimates for our ministry was set again for this financial year, that program had not been contemplated, and therefore some of the money that we're asking in this supplementary will go to help cover the costs for that summer nutrition program. We were at that time, we are happy to say that in that program, we had anticipated, we had a registration at the time, sir, of, I'm pulling the specifics of the document, sir. The registration for that program was in the 4,000s. Just over 4,200, but then we found that the demand for meals on a daily basis were just over 6,700. And then, sir, we found ourselves catering to just over 8,800 actual meals on any given day during the summer program, throughout the summer program. And so the monies that we are asking for under the school meals program would, one, supplement the shortfall now that we're back to full face-to-face, and two, help to provide resources that will serve the work we did in the summer program. And as you know, there were several children, several families who benefited from that program. That program was not only open to those students who would normally get school meals at primary schools and at some of the secondary schools, but it also catered to any student age, child of school age, who wanted to access the meals from the school meals department during the summer program, the summer nutrition program. That program, we did several evaluations from the students. We also had observations. We also kept reports of how many students actually access meals. And the general feedback was that it was a successful program. And we are happy that we were able to assist so many students at that time and so many families, some of whom came simply because others were coming. Some were actually in need of the program, and some came because it was convenient for the families. So that is one part of the supplementary. The other part of the supplementary, sir, goes towards grants for tertiary education. You may recall that in 2021, it was the Human Nutrition and Dietetics program that was introduced at the University of the West Indies. At that time, that program was not part of the compact of programs for which the government pays. It was in response, certainly, to the fact that not only in Barbados, but across the region, there are a number of persons suffering from NCDs, non-communicable diseases, and in fact, that we needed to look at the nutrition side of dealing with diabetes and other non-communicable diseases, and therefore that program was conceptualized with a view to helping us to respond to that. Sir, you will also know that across government, we have only about 12 persons, professionals employed now in nutrition and dietetics. From the survey that was done and the response that came from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and others, we really ideally need 35. We are therefore short. 12 that we have versus the 35 that we need. And so we know that the government's investment in those students who are following that human nutrition and dietetics program at the University of the West Indies, that it will be money well spent, sir, and that those persons will be able to come and service not only the public sector, but the private sector as we seek to expand our response to effectively address the issue of non-communicable diseases. So that second part of the supplementary is for those grants to those students. And I have to say at this point, there are a number of students we know in that program who have spoken at some of the Speaks programs that this government has been hosting, our Prime Minister has been hosting, along with all of our other members of Parliament across Barbados. We knew of those students who were actually registered for the program and are covered under this supplementary. What came to our attention, however, is that there were a number of students who were following the classes, but they were not officially registered. And we know that those are some of the students who also will need some assistance. So while this supplementary will cover the ones which the University of the West Indies told us were actually registered, we recognize that there are some other students who may also need some assistance, and we are exploring how best we may be able to address that matter. The third area for which this supplementary will contribute is that to our education, our domestic program. There was an assessment that was done on a number of our schools, which you know, sir, they serve also as hurricane shelters. And we discovered that a number of those shelters needed additional resources, whether it came to generators, whether it came to shutters, whether it came to other parts of the infrastructure or equipment that needed to be on hand in order for those schools to be able to function effectively either as Category 1 or Category 2 centers. And so the third aspect for which this supplementary will be required is to help us boost the resources at our various centers. And sir, it is with these few words that I beg to move that Head 87 stand part.
The question is that Head 87 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 92, sir. Ministry of Energy and Business Development in the amount of $269,890.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. The request here appears small, sir, but it is particularly significant. And it's significant because this government, sir, as you remember, when under the previous member for St. Michael North, when he came to this chamber to pass those 14 pieces of legislation in December of 2018, sir, to be able to, in a sense, right-size, sir, our entire business structure in this country. And as you know, sir, the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office has been undergoing a specific set of reforms and modernization, but also, sir, the International Business Unit in relation to being able to cover off our compliance issues as it relates to international regulations. And so over the course of the last few years, notwithstanding the pandemic, we have mounted a very strong response with respect and collaborative response across government to be able to facilitate greater cooperation amongst the regulatory bodies in the country. And this compliance unit now, sir, is to ensure that we can, as we've done with respect to the economic substance and passing that bill in this chamber, that as we implement the requirements under that we have the capacity to be able to monitor it and to be able to report through the exchange, the competent authority, which is really the Revenue Authority, in relation to the global exchange, automatic exchange of information framework that has been set up globally. So it is a small sum, but it is important as we continue not just to get off the grey list and the black list and all the other lists that they have out there, sir, to be able to ensure that when people either start something new in Barbados or is growing and getting in different spaces, or we have new foreign investment coming into the country, that in our entire regulatory framework certainly will be up to speed, which we believe that we must use regulation as a competitive tool, and therefore this specific compliance unit is to be able to help build up and enhance what we've done so far. So with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 92 stand part.
The question is that Head 92 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. He thinks the ayes have it.
Head 93, sir. Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance in the amount of $7,577,753.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very quickly, and you will be reasonably familiar, sir, with the Ministry of Housing. The sums of monies here relate to the completion with respect to assets under construction for the East-West project for the remainder of the financial year. I believe if persons have been passing through the Haggett Hall area and other parts of Barbados. I know in Scotts Gap there's one of the, in Bradensill, one of the completed houses in relation to the East-West project. And therefore, as this is intended to be rolled out and ramped up, this sum of money is intended to be able to cover, under the housing planning unit, the specific engagement between the government of Barbados and the East-West project. With respect to the NHC, similarly, sir, the sums of monies here relate to government being able to advance monies with respect to the payment of for operational purposes, for continued support under not just the Hurricane Elsa projects, but other operational measures there, and as well as a specific component there that they are undertaking with respect to East-West in terms of the contractual payments with respect to the erection of the 150 steel frame houses, which we hope will accelerate and can be completed within short order in order to bring that specific aspect to completion, such that as the government then moves from that specific phase in response to Hurricane Elsa, that we can then say to Barbadians that these are viable options for future housing projects, and therefore be able to unlock the resources that we do have across the credit union as well as the banking system to be able to enhance that. And so, sir, with those very few words, I'd like to move that Head 93 stand part.
The question is that Head 93 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the end of that first supplementary. We now move on to the second one, which is Order 8B. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $23,686,972 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 3, 2022 to 2023, which form the schedule to the resolution. At 13, Prime Minister's Office, in the amount of $1,718,031.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a matter that has been long outstanding in relation to the Urban Development Commission. As you know, sir, the government supports the subsidy with respect to the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act. And this is a matter that we had intended to complete certainly in 2020, but because of the circumstances of COVID-19, we had to pause with respect to that and focus on the social protection measures. But we believe that it is time now, as we are emerging to normality, that we be able to facilitate these subsidies. There are some 100 persons who the applications are complete. All that's required now for us to be able is for government to support those persons to have the title with respect to their land that's transferred under the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act. And therefore, this we feel will not just be a good Christmas present for those persons who will be notified, obviously, with respect to the process to be completed, but would allow them certainly in the new year, sir, to be able to move forward with greater confidence that they certainly will own a piece of the rock in Barbados, and that obviously this government, notwithstanding the tremendous circumstances, have found the resources to be able to help bring this process to a conclusion so that these families can rest assured of being able to pass some assets on, sorry, from one generation to the next. And with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 13 stand part.
The question is that Head 13 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 15, sir, Cabinet Office, in the amount of $1,311,730.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, Chair. So the request here at the Cabinet Office there is to facilitate the remainder of payments with respect to the humanitarian awards, the second ceremony that was just completed. We're also making a small contribution, sir, to Belize and Guyana as it relates to their disaster in response, to the floodings, the floods that took place in those countries earlier this year. Whilst it's a small contribution, sir, we believe that as neighbors, we must be able to help as best we can, given what we can afford, and therefore these small measures of support, we think will show Barbados' commitment, sir, with respect to being able to help. And as the old adage goes, sir, every little helps, and therefore we feel confident that we stand by our CARICOM brothers and sisters, even at their time of need. So these are to bring that to account, and therefore I beg to move, sir, that Head 15 stand part.
The question is that Head 15 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 27, sir, Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, in the amount of $385,100.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Yes, very much, Chair. Thank you very much. The matter before the Chamber under this specific head, as you know, sir, the Barbados government owns Hilton, the Hilton Hotel, but it is managed under Needham's Point Holdings Limited, obviously managed by Hilton Worldwide. During the pandemic, sir, as you know, with the cessation of international flights, the Needham's Point as an entity in the hotel obviously was significantly impacted, as were all the other hotels and attractions across the country. However, these specific sums here related to the renegotiation of the contract as it relates to the people of Barbados' participation with respect to ownership and the structure of that ownership in relation to Hilton. And therefore, whilst it came at a time where Needham's Point Holdings did not have the capacity, given that the significant fall off with respect to revenues, obviously they not afforded the opportunity to be able to do this. But this still had to be done as we were coming up to renegotiating the contract as it relates to Hilton. There's been some recovery, obviously, clearly this year in a very strong way, but obviously this was initiated before, and therefore we wanted to make sure that we are able to bring this to fruition in order to settle that matter. I am sure that at some point, the people will be advised with respect to the conclusion of the said negotiations and what will take place moving forward, but these sums were to ensure that the best interests of Barbadians moving forward, given the investment that the people have put into the property, as well as the other infrastructural investments and social infrastructural investments across the country, that we believe that the best value for money should be had with respect to the negotiation of said contract. And so with those very few words, sir, I beg to move to Head 27, stand part.
The question is that Head 27 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. All members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, sir, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, in the amount of $3,718,717.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. The bulk of this specific request from Home Affairs relates to the prison, sir, and the extent to which not just the maintenance of property, as you would appreciate, sir, irrespective of the fact that all of us face increased light bills, the really and truly, sir, the prison can't really turn off electricity like some of us would, because as you would appreciate, the prison is actually a very highly technologically driven facility, and therefore part of the request here is to make sure then that not just the maintenance of property but the operational needs of the facility can be supported, as you would appreciate, sir, in the context of national security, that we need to make sure that that is covered. In relation to the other areas, in relation to the National Emergency, the Department, of Emergency Management, again, utilities continue to be a feature, and it's something that we've seen happening across, obviously, as you appreciate, sir, across departments of government as the electricity prices have gone up. We have seen an increase in demand with respect to payments, requests for payments for specifically electricity across the government. In terms of the immigration department, sir, overtime payments is what is being requested, with the sums of monies being asked for under both personal involvements and other operating expenses in relation to the immigration department, and under general management, again, the payment of utilities with respect to the facilities that house the Ministry of Home Affairs and Information. And this is their best estimate with respect to what will be required for the remainder of the fiscal year. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move that Head 33 stand part.
The question is that Head 33 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, sir. Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs in the amount of $8,995,261.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. The honourable member for St. Michael South gave a comprehensive presentation in the earlier resolution. These monies is to further augment the work of the Welfare Department, as well as the Strengthening Human and Social Development Program. And therefore, whilst we continue to give additional resources as required, it is important that certainly as the reforms continue, but certainly we are able to create an environment where we can move persons into the work environment and to be able to respond certainly to the needs of families in a much more wholesome way. And so, sir, the ask here is to be able to support the work of the department, certainly the Welfare Department and that specific program, which has been critical. We also bring into account, sir, the monies that the IDB will reimburse the government with respect to the execution of the program over the last six months. And therefore, with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 35 stand part.
The question is that Head 35 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 50, sir, Post Office in the amount of $740,933.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Yes, sir. The Post Office, again, sir, as I mentioned earlier, the request is to cover utility bills, in particular the electricity bills as it relates to the operation of the Postal Service. And therefore, as I indicated earlier, we've seen additional requests, as everybody in Barbados would have experienced, for departments being able to cover their utility costs. And so the Post Office is no different, sir. If plenty post offices operating right across the length and breadth of this country, continuing to provide UMN service the people of Barbados, and I know that they'll be even busier over the course of the next few days, delivering, sir, all of your mail and my mail, sir, to persons. And with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 50 stand part.
Question is that Head 50 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye.
Oh, aye.
All honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 83, sir. Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security in the amount of $2 million.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I gave my speech earlier and I spoke to the rising cost of living in the country, sir, the public will be aware that the government took a number of measures earlier in the year to be able to help ease the squeeze, so to speak, sir, with respect to cost of living. This particular matter under the Ministry of Agriculture, this occurred last year, if my memory serves me correctly, and we have provided support, price stability support for the agricultural sector with respect to the provision of feeds to ensure that prices within certainly the livestock space, that those can be contained certainly over the 4-month period, which I believe ends in January. And therefore, this is an additional measure that the government undertook to be able to help support the overall pricing support mechanisms, which are currently due to come to an end in January. During the next month, we shall be reviewing to determine whether or not anything needs to be extended in relation to that, given where revenues are, where expenditures are, and the financing with respect to that. And therefore, we hope that as we stood last year, anticipating a different type of year for 2022, I really do hope, sir, that we are in a position to be able to help see greater stability right across the economy, such that things can return to normality. And so this price stability support has been critical to the local animal feed sector, and therefore, with those very few words, sir, I beg to move to Head 83 stand part.
Question is that Head 83 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 92, sir. Ministry of Energy and Business Development in the amount of $317,200.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Ministry of Energy and Business Development, sir, as I was speaking on the other resolution just a few minutes ago, that was related to IBU. This is now related to KIPO, sir. As you know, again, the reforms that we undertook in December of 2018, KIPO has undergone quite a bit of modernization with respect to its systems. It now has a responsibility, sir, for the development of the beneficial ownership, the register of beneficial ownership, as well as playing a much more active role with respect to the regulatory environment as it relates to business operating in Barbados. And therefore, the sum of monies here is referred to as the surge force by the Honourable Minister, which is intended to be able to address the backlog of issues in relation to the non-compliance with respect to businesses either filing their annual returns or the other regulatory matters in relation to being able for Barbados to report that its business environment is compliant, so that we can get off the FATF, sir, OECD, EU, all of those lists that have been developed globally to be able to help us to be able to regularize the business framework. We've done significant work already. This department will now, with respect to phase 2 of its implementation of modernization effort, this will be a critical part of being able to create a much more, a much easier platform with respect to not just filings, but their capacity to monitor, so that the reporting with respect to beneficial ownership and other issues in relation to the conduct of business in Barbados is done in an open and transparent manner. And so with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that head 92 stand part.
Wait a second.
Question is that head 92 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 93, sir. Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance in the amount of $4,500,000.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. The National Housing Corporation has undertaken, sir, a significant program, not just of electrical upgrades, but also the upgrades of sewage infrastructure across the estates across the country. These monies here is to take them to the end of the financial year with respect to being able to accelerate the completion of a number of units across Barbados, 1.5 million with respect to the electrical component, 1 million with respect to the sewage infrastructure, to be able to ensure that the proper management and operation of these critical infrastructure for thousands of Barbadian families, that they can have a semblance of a better standard with respect to not just the transmission of electricity into their homes safely, but also to be able to ensure then that the well infrastructure that deals with the sewage, that those two are managed in a much better way in order to improve the health and safety of residents. This continues to be an area that concerns the government, and therefore we see it as important to maintain public safety, and therefore we hope that the NHC will be able to, in short order, be able to bring both these projects to conclusion, so that the people can recognize the difference between a caring government and one that clearly had no interest in their well-being. The remainder of the sum, sir, is to give some support for the other operations of the NHC in particular, to allow them to be able to execute their mandate, and therefore it is important that even at this time that we're able to ensure that, coming under significant strain to respond to Hurricane Elsa, and others would have caused, obviously, a slowdown in response in other areas, because we had to make sure that we focus on getting people back in their homes. It's not going as smoothly as we like, but we know that we should be in a position sometime next year to bring this to conclusion. And so, sir, I beg to move, with those very few words, I beg to move the head 93 stand part.
And second that.
The question is that head 93 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of 2 resolutions in Standing Finance Committee.
And second.
The question is that I do know report to His Honor.
I beg to move that you report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of 2 money resolutions in Standing Finance Committee.
The question is that I do know report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of 2 money resolutions in Standing Finance Committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say nay. He thinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of 2 money resolutions in committee. Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution number 2 be read a first time.
And second that.
The question is that resolution number
2.
Number 2?
2 and 3? Oh, sorry. Resolution number 2 and 3, sorry. Be read the first time.
The question is that resolutions number 2 and 3 be read a first time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolutions number 2 and 3 be read a second time.
Wait a second.
The question is that resolutions 2 and 3 be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolutions number 2 and 3 be now agreed to.
The question is that resolutions number 2 and 3 be now agreed to. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Resolution 2 and 3 stand passed. Honorable member for Christian East Central.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to the end of government business for the day. Speaking on the adjournment.
The year,
Oh, and the year.
sir.
And the year.
Yes.
And the year. Yes, that brings us to the end of government business for today and the year, sir. And if you'll leave speaking on the adjournment, sir, I want to thank all honorable members in this chamber for the robust debate that they have brought to this chamber this year. I want to thank, certainly, sir, the staff of Parliament, the staff who supports us when we are here, sir, late into the evening, with respect to being able to not just feed us, but to be able to give us the support, sir, without which we could not do the very work that we do in this place. I also, sir, want to thank the people of Barbados, sincerely, because last year, when we were looking forward to 2022, we all felt a very cautious sense of optimism as to what 2022 would bring. It has been a challenging year, but this government certainly has sought it fit to be able to respond as quickly as we can, sir, in a very measured way, to the needs and the concerns of ordinary Barbadians. And I can only say that it is with their continued support, sir, which again they repose in us at the beginning of this year, sir, and I want to thank the people of Barbados for restoring their confidence in all 30 of us, sir, to come back to this place to do their business at this very challenging time. And that support is not in any way taken for granted, sir, because we know that this is a journey that is not meant, sir, for the faint-hearted, but for those who understand that leadership often requires that we step beyond our comfort zone in order to have sometimes difficult conversations with the very people who love us, sir. And therefore, it is important that we continue to show that leadership as we move into 2023. And therefore, at this Yuletide season, sir, it is important that I hope that we all get a chance to spend some time with our families, sir, some quality time with our families. I hope that those across all the communities in Barbados, that they too will take the time over the Christmas season, sir, to reflect not just on what has been a challenging year, but truly reflect on how we relate with each other, because the country must be able to go forward with calm assurance that in spite of any of the challenges that this country may face, that it is only through working together, sir, in a very focused and committed way that we can face down any challenge that may confront Barbados. And therefore, whilst we may look outside and see things may be happening faster or much easier than it may be happening here, we have taken a very deliberative approach to being able to ensure that we can bring along as many of the people on the journey to be able to improve the lives, sir, of not just themselves, but their families and their communities. And it is with that purpose that I look forward, sir, to 2023, knowing that, yes, there may be some uncertainty ahead, but I know that as Barbadians, sir, as Barbadians, that we can rise to the challenge, we can meet that challenge, sir, and to be able to turn any challenge, sir, into an opportunity for all of our citizens. And so I want to wish, sir, every Barbadian, sir, a very warm and happy Christmas. And as we look forward, certainly, to 2023, that I hope that it not just be prosperous, but we can all get through what is intended to be a positive year for Barbados. But we can only achieve that, sir, if we work together and be committed to making Barbados better for all of our people. And so, sir, with those very, very few words, I wish to adjourn the House until Tuesday, January 17th, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. I'm obliged to you.
Before we adjourn, I want to take this opportunity to wish all honorable members a blessed and safe Yuletide season. Take time to rest, enjoy it, recharge your batteries, come prepared to work even harder for the good people of this country in 2023. We envisage that it will be a challenging year, but I know that with God's grace, we can overcome all the challenges. I know that the possibility exists. I also want to thank the entire staff of Parliament for working assiduously to ensure that this Parliament functions and functions in the way that it does. I also want to take this opportunity to wish every Barbadian a happy Yuletide season and hope that in the spirit of Jesus that they come back. Also re-energized, committed, and working to make Barbados a better place for all of us to reside, live, and prosper. The question is that this Honourable Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th day of January 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th day of January 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.